Yeah, thanks. I enjoy it. It keeps me busy. When I'm just sitting here screwing off and not really doing anything. I figured I might as well do something in the background. But excuse me, good lord. I normally don't burp on the air. Huh. Starting to sound like Timothy. Anyway, beautiful day. 81 degrees out right now. 81 in the shack, 81 outside. W3 MMR.
1 GTU.
Plano!
What's happening, Brian? Harry?
Just on the El Valiente here. Up here. Good.
I wonder how this thing sounds like it got the antenna back up. One of the ends fell with all the wind we had. Broke the support rope. So shot it back up. It's not as high as where it should be. I'm just running the microphone into the DBX and right into the back of the Valiant. So hopefully it sounds okay.
Stay up on the mic and turn the mic gain up a tinge. It was almost having that effect like with Brian a minute ago. Like when you get right up on it, your audio comes up and it sounds fine, but the minute you move to the side a little bit, it starts going away. And there it goes, Blaine. There it goes past the mic. There it goes.
You just move the mic around like this. Just spin it around in circles in front of you.
Oh, wait, maybe the conversator's on. Let me check it.
Well,
the expander gate was up.
Dave, this is the old school 101 that I pulled out and was playing with, which was a lot of fun today. But, well, I understand you no longer need it.
Sorry about that, Brian, but it's still all your fault. I mean, you're the one who got your hooks into me, so, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I guess I gotta wait about 2 weeks, though.
Yeah, well, I feel really, really bad because, I tore up the room here and, had to at least help me find a cable for it, and, I just feel really bad about that. But, oh well. Had a lot of fun anyways. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Well, I have no problem still borrowing it, but, maybe I'll just buy the beer and, have you over and play with the new one when it comes in.
Oops. Yeah, there you go. This one's quirky anyways. So, I probably should put it away before I blow something up.
Southeast Virginia.
Stop that. W1DDH KB3WFE, good evening.
Alright, I think this thing had the downward expander was turned on, so I turned that off. I don't know why that was on, but maybe someone was fiddling with something.
Holy Blano.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Alright, excelente. Yeah, I'm seeing much more modulation on the modulation monitor, so not bad for the Valiant. There's no hard limiter, but it's just the microphone going to the little tiny mixer board I have, and that feeds out to the DBX, and it comes out balanced to a little tiny transformer that feeds the Valiant.
Hey, Blaine, are you hearing me?
I sure am. How you doing?
Doing well. Can I say hello to the braking station?
Sure, go ahead.
The braking station out of Southwest Virginia, go ahead.
W1DH, southeast, and you're right in northeast North Carolina area. Figured the area made out here.
doing well here near Annapolis, Maryland. We hear you fine. Name here is Brian Bravo Romeo India Alpha November. Who's that? Do you spell it with an I or a Y? Guy already. Blaine, are you hearing Brian out of Virginia?
Yes, I am. Pretty good. Good signal, Brian. I'm in Danbury, Connecticut on a Johnson Valiant. We're also down on 73. I noticed you're up on 75, but that's why I didn't hear you at first. It took a few seconds for my synchronous detector to lock in.
Anyhow, this is I-188. Listen, we're just being interrupted. I just figured I'd jump in there and interrupt. W1BDA.
It's full of interruptions. In fact, that's what makes the frequency so fun, is that it's interruptible. But it sounds really good to you. What kind of rig is it, Brian?
57, believe it or not, with the Rode LC1A microphone and CDM potential fed to a preamplifier, 2 preamp, going to the radio, and then I got that going to my AL82 amplifier, and I've got the, I'm on the kind of deal right now, it's 5.8, and we've been kind of on 160, so it's a huge one. It's up to about 100 feet. That's kind of what I'm on now, Dan.
Carolina, they got much bigger trees down there. 100-foot antennas. You guys. Dave, are you hearing him?
I am. His radio sounds good. A little further up the band, but yeah, I'm impressed with the. I think you said the Yaesu 857D. That's the mobile rig, isn't it?
It's either or. No, I got 3 of them. I got one I'm talking on there, and I got one for a mod monitor. So I'm pretty much covered. And I love the 857D. That's a nice one.
Well, come on. Stupid alarm. There we go. Come on down to 3873. I don't know why that's doing that. Whatever.
What about 3873?
That's the frequency we're on.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 75. I can't tell. All right, let me drop it.
Yeah, no problem. Good evening. Name here's Perry. Papa Echo Romeo, Romeo Yankee. We're in Chester, Pennsylvania, right 7 miles southwest of Philadelphia. And you're coming in fairly well here. Since when I turned my signal detector off, I could hear you. Everybody was keying like, was trying to lock in. But yeah, the AC sounds fine up here, and you're putting out a good signal. So, good evening.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, 3873 on frequency. Oh, it's TKC high. What's it on? Your license, go ahead.
You have to. I don't know why it's doing that. Alright, enough of this old school stuff. I'll be back.
I can see now why Brian wanted me to borrow that.
Hello, Perry. Everybody out there. Just came in the radio room. K2AFL.
Hello, Daryl.
All right, Perry. Sound good up here, strapping. Just woke up.
Yeah, me too. I spent most of the day sleeping. Got up early, was on the radio from like 4 until about 9. And then did some stuff around the house and went back to sleep.
Yeah, I was up early. Cutting the grass. Cleaning up around the house. So, I don't have to do it. I just go to work all week and kick back and say, oh, don't have to do no housework.
Alright. Just turned this thing on too, so I'll let this thing warm up. I don't even know who all out there, so good evening, everybody. Just woke up. But alright. Alright, Perry. Take care. KD2AFL, the glass from the past.
Now I gotta mow my grass, man. I woke up this morning and it was all wet outside and raining. So I didn't. And now here we are. It's nice and sunny out, so I would imagine tomorrow morning should be good, unless it rains again tonight. But I have to cut it tomorrow. Tomorrow's my last day off on my little 3-day mini vacation, and I gotta get it done.
I hear that. It grows fast. Alright. It's a good day up here. So I'll just kick back. Might make me a drink. Alright, Perry. KD2AFR, the glass in the past. I'll be listening, and I'll be right back.
All righty.
Hey, Daryl. How you doing? Hey, Perry, out of curiosity, how does this Yaesu FTDX 3000 sound compared to the old school FT101E and the 857 with sound like some fancy equipment behind it?
Excuse me. Well, it sounds a little more restricted than the 101 does. You know, you can really, tell the top end restriction at 3.2 kilohertz or whatever, 3 kilohertz. And it sounds fine. It doesn't sound bad. I've definitely heard a lot of rice boxes that sound a lot worse. And yours does not sound bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's plenty loud. It's actually almost enjoyable to listen to sometimes for a change of pace, the gentleman's 857, excuse me, I think sounds good. I like the way yours sounds better than the 857, and that's just personal taste. I don't think his 857 sounds bad by any means. I just like how your audio is a little more punchy, and kind of cuts through, and it's easier to listen to and easier to hear, because I have a slightly higher noise level than most here, and it's a little higher than normal tonight, so it's really, really super easy to hear you, and plus you're putting out a banging signal.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was just curious that on my end, his 857 sounded pretty good compared to the recording that Brian sent me the other day, but hopefully some of that will change in maybe about 2 weeks. I got a Flex 6400 coming.
Oh boy, there you go. Well, if you want to hear what it sounds like, I'm live streaming right now. You can go on my YouTube channel and then just rewind it, and you can compare it to the 101 and to the 857. So I think I've been recording for 14 minutes and 12 seconds, so I should have all three on there. So you can check it out now or wait till later, and you can get more audio on here or whatever you want to do. But yeah, it's up there for you to check out.
Hey Perry, that was AM Window on YouTube?
Yep, the AM Window, or the AM Window on YouTube. On the tube, man. Yep. What are you doing, Blaine? Why are you on the El Valiente?
I'm down at the girlfriend's house. We broke the quarantine. She had come up to see me on Thursday, and things went well. So I said, well, came down here this weekend, got one end of the antenna back up, and You know, we're fighting. There's so many freaking vines up in those trees. If you hit them, and they, you know, they're up at about 30 feet or so, so it got stuck. So I tightened it up, put enough pressure. There's only a few small branches and stuff, but I got to get it up a little higher. The rope itself goes up high, but the freaking thing got caught on some vines. So, but it's about 30 feet on one end, 60 feet on the other. But hopefully I'm sounding okay, and I'm gonna have to go back and rewind your YouTube to see how it sounds. Rewind your YouTube.
Rewind the boob. Sounds good. I mean, it sounds as good as your E-Rig, to be honest with you. Now that the downward expander's turned off.
I don't know how that got on, because I usually don't run those things, so I must have, maybe when I was moving equipment I bumped it up or something, that happened. So yeah, all I got here is the Valiant. I'm showing like 110 watts, maybe 115, and I'm seeing I'm hitting about 120% positive peaks on the audio, so hopefully I'm not overdriving it too much, but it's looking okay fine.
And hello to Clark, if that's Clark out there. I think it sounds fine. I am listening on synchronous, so I don't know. I didn't switch over to AM to see if it will be maybe a little grungy on AM, but I think it sounds fantastic. I'm trying to find 1.5 amp 8 AG fuses. I was tuning up to Henry this morning and blew the damn, it's got a fuse for the cathode protection circuit, and I blew the damn fuse this morning, tuning it up down on 3835. I guess the plate current got a little bit high and popped this tiny little fuse. And they're like an in-between fuse. It's like, you know, you got your regular glass fuses, then you get your real mini glass fuses. Well, this is like one, it's right in the middle. And nobody local has one, so I gotta order one online.
Square waves, and it's I'm trying to transmit pseudo sine wave.
I guess Billy and Dave don't like us.
Why is that?
Oh, they were down here. We were all down here talking. Then I guess they left.
No, I'm still here. I was just listening and playing with buttons.
Oh no, another Dave. VW Dave. So what's up, Clark?
Not much. Just coming down off of a busy day yesterday, chilling today. Tuned into Ladies' Night last night. That was very good. Wow. Carrie did an amazing job with that. So that was a big success. Hopefully there will be more soon.
Yeah, she did a fantastic job last night. Dude, the ladies loved it. I mean, there was ladies making old buzzards. Ladies calling out their husbands. And I'm glad I caught every minute of it, man. And it's online for all eternity. W3MMR.
Yeah, actually, I sent Carrie a link to your YouTube recording of it. I think that's good to listen back, you know, because when you're in the thick of it, you don't really know what's going on. I mean, you react on, you know, at that moment, but you don't get the big picture. So you should take this link, play it on the living room speakers, and check it out.
That's right. And I see our fan club's back.
And hi to Clark, if that's Clark in there.
Good evening, Blaine. Where's our fan club?
The Cormers.
Oh, I don't hear nothing.
Yeah, somebody's throwing like a two-tone test, and then somebody was like an SSTV signal, and yeah. Typical AM window stuff.
Oh, AM window, what's that?
I don't know, what is that?
Well, back in the 50s and 60s, these guys came up with this concept for an AM window, but, you know, that was what, 70 years ago, so no more AM window.
The glass has been shattered.
Well, you know what? It's a two-way street. The more you say AM window, the more the sidebanders say get the hell back in it. So, no, I'm not a fan of any AM window.
I say go where you want. Check for a clear frequency and fire up.
What happened to Brian?
The old
A bunch of folks on
Valiente
this frequency.
sound. I just listened to Perry. I just listened to your recording. I'm not really super impressed with the way it sounds, but I think I need to throw a final limiter in there. It sounds a little ragged, and it's missing some mids and some highs. But I'm just being a stickler.
Yeah, if you want to get, split hairs, yeah, it does sound a little not quite as smooth on the edges as the E-Rig does. No, the more I listen to it, and not quite as full, but it still sounds good. And yes, where did Brian go?
I'm guessing he's switching back to his E-Class radio.
I was really enjoying the 101.
What was he using?
101 back down here. Actually, what I should do is get myself one of those DIY D-rigs to put down here, because that would give me 160, 80 AM. It would sound marvelous.
He was running an FT101E.
Wow, very cool.
With a D104.
And my 101 set up at my house. Don't know why, but I'll have to bring it back down here and hook it up.
Hey Clark, this is Dave, Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. Yeah, the plan I was gonna borrow the 101E for a little bit to try an old school rig out on AM as opposed to my, I guess you guys call it a rice box, the FTDX3000. But Brian kind of steered me into maybe getting a Flex, and I didn't really ponder too long. I just went and got it.
Oh, cool. All right. So, yeah, because I had the radio on earlier, and I heard Brian on. It's like, wow, he sounds different.
Yeah, he was joking. He pulled it out today, dusted it off, acquainted himself with the radio so he could show it to me. And he calls me to tell me he's got it all set up and ready to go. And I was like, oh, shoot, Brian, you didn't see my email, did you? I went ahead and got the Flex 6400.
Well, from what I've heard, you'll be thrilled with it.
It'll be interesting. I mean, I do like playing around with the SDR Uno software, and my understanding the Flex is quite a bit better, a lot better. So yeah, it'll be interesting. And the main open up that.
It's W2BTK.
No, what are you talking about?
Good.
Is that a surplus Saturn V blower?
Yeah, it's the NASA sticker got peeled off, but it was sun baked in there, so you could still kind of see NASA on the side.
It's from Nassau down in the Bahamas? What?
Nassau's got it, a whole lot of soul. I feel all right. I
Sitting around, because of why. So when people buy them, I think some of them are made kind of right there and then.
Yeah, I didn't realize this. I was pretty impressed that they're actually hand-built in Texas.
See that? They're American rigs.
Yeah, I kind of like that, especially right now.
America.
Darn right, America.
Oh, I thought someone was moving in. Actually, I guess that's 3885.
Yeah, it's the Splatterfest.
Yeah, it's, yep.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I just hit the narrow button. I guess I'm down to 6 kilohertz. That took care of most of it, I guess.
Yeah, I'm listening on the lower passband. On the lower sideband, excuse me, and that just goes away. Because it's weird, like this Anon, when you pull in, you can pull in like either side of the passband, but it has like a Q multiplier effect, like kind of funkies up the audio. So you can switch in the menu to listen to both sidebands on synchronous, just the lower or just the upper. So, and it has no degradation. It doesn't degrade the audio quality at all. So that's the way I do it.
Wow, I could hear his call sign down here.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Nobody else is stronger than 25 over, and he's about 55 over S9 here.
3 kilohertz.
And that's one hell of a ground screen.
Wonder if Brian had to go get Lisa to help him hook his radio back up.
I don't know, but I want one of those S-meter things that he's got that reads the S-meter reading to you. That's pretty cool, man.
I don't think I've seen that yet.
I heard him messing with it the other night because Billy was asking how strong he was, and blah 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 blah. Brian's like, well, you got to give me a minute to have it read it back to me. He played it back. It's like a female voice playing back the S reading. S-meter reading. It's pretty cool.
You should set that to read stuff back to him in a different language. Great way to pick one up.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like Babel. Like, learn a new language.
73 megahertz.
I have no signal.
Hey, there you go.
Apparently you don't need one.
His blower noise is 8kC wide.
Ah, don't you love multi-band processing?
So back to back, Brian, your E-Class rig sounds quite a bit better.
Yeah, if I could find the cable that would let me put the audio chain on the E-rig on the 101, it would have sounded closer. But this one's much easier it's easier.
You see,
It sounded good, but I can definitely tell a difference.
See, the way I look at it is, I think it's well, maybe it's because I haven't done it yet. I don't know, but like I have the Anon, for sound and hi-fi and broadcast and all that stuff. But then, like with the DX100 and so on and so forth, I don't know, man. I kind of would want to keep, like, if I had an FT101. I think maybe I would, put external audio into one of those if I had one, but like, I don't know, like a Valiant or a Ranger or, or anything like that, an HT32, I would want to kind of keep it with a D104. I don't know, that's just me. It's just, I don't know, to me it just kind of takes away from the nostalgia of it.
You getting out?
Yeah, I heard you, Bob. You doubled with Perry. I was letting Perry talk.
Oh, sorry. Perry Talk. What's a Perry Talk?
Is that one of those like TED Talks, but a Perry Talk? Dude, that would be horrible. I would not want anybody to listen to anything that I have to say.
How you doing, Perry? Yeah. I missed it. I guess you had the 101 on there, Brian. But yeah, his 101. He's got the KBW mods in that, so he can go into. He can just plug his audio gear in the back of that. It'll sound just like his E-rig.
You'll make me turn it back on just for you, aren't you?
No, that's okay. Unless you're going to plug your audio into the back.
No, I couldn't find that cable. I found everything else, but the cable I had for doing that I can't find. Anyways, hello to Clark and hello to Blaine again, because I heard Blaine in there earlier, and he was kind enough to let me pick the new guy up down there in Virginia. Lisa just put a plate of meatloaf in front of me, so I'll be back in a moment. KB3WFE.
All right, very good, Brian. Hello to Clark, hello to Blaine. K1 KBW.
Hello there. How's the Valiant sound?
Sounds good.
Excellent. The only thing I'm not doing is any hard limiting. I got the compressor going, but I don't have any kind of hard limiting, which I probably have to come back down next week and have to bring my old DOD compressor limiter.
Yeah, I can tell. It's just a touch on the harsh side, but other than that, it sounds fine.
Bring the output gain down a little bit, so maybe that's better.
That's more better.
And you can only fit so many pounds of crap into these transformers.
Yeah, I know. It's not like an E-rig where you can put 1,000 pounds of crap into a 2-pound bag.
You're going to bruise your cheek doing that.
Oh yeah, Dave, I'm using my AL80B tonight. So now you can hear how my AL80B gets out.
Oh, sweet. That sounds good. How much power are you putting out, and what is your carrier?
I'm running about 200 watts of carrier. Driving it with, hold on, about 15 watts from the radio, and peaking around 950 or so, something like that.
Oh wow, yeah, you're putting out a good amount. I think I'm at 150 carrier, and it looks like I'm peaking at 750.
Yeah, it sounds about right. God, these dogs. Ah, my neighbor's dogs drive me nuts. Yeah, I push this amplifier hard. I always have. And there's really not much of a difference between 150 and 200 watts. But I've always just ran it here, and it's always worked. And I've made 5-minute-old buzzards at 200 watts of carrier. So, and I told you about leaving the thing keyed up for 20 minutes at, about 1,200 watts. So, it'll handle it, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Dude, copy that. We're sitting here watching you because you threw up your picture-in-picture now, so we can see you talking.
Yeah, I just turned it on. I'm trying to put my socks on. I gotta go down and get my dog in a little bit, but I'm waiting for my neighbors to put their dogs in. Because their dogs go nuts when I bring my dog. Like, those dogs go nuts just when somebody walks by. But then when they see another dog, man, it's pandemonium. So my mother's got my dog at the moment. She only lives a block away, so as soon as them dogs go inside, I got to run down there and get my dog and grab my laundry, because I don't have a washer and dryer here. And I don't want to feel like paying to take my stuff to the laundromat, so... Like I said, my mother's a block away, so I'll just use her washer and dryer. She don't mind. And she ends up folding it for me. You know what I mean? It's great when you're 32 years old and your mom folds your laundry, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, I might try it. Are you doing Twitch as well? Because the delay on YouTube is pretty big.
Yeah, I'm doing Twitch, Facebook, and and YouTube. Twitch.tv/the AM window. And yeah, it all depends, man. Sometimes the delay's not real bad, and then some other nights it's, could be up to like 10 seconds or more. Facebook's always the worst. Facebook has the worst video quality, the worst audio quality. I've noticed YouTube has the best video and audio quality, but sometimes, like you said, the delay can be kind of big, bit long, big, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to try the other one. I love that program you got. I love how clean the graphics are. And then, hey Bob, this is Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. I got on after I mentioned it, but I heard you operate one of your rigs is a Flex setup. I just picked up or just put an order in for a Flex 6400, so might be interested in a couple of tips there in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I got the 5000A. I got two of them. This one down here has got the second receiver and antenna tuner, and the one upstairs has a second receiver, antenna tuner, and the 2 and 440 module.
Asking Bob with his Flex 5000 on how to run the new Flex 6400 is like asking Bob how to run your brand new Chevy Impala compared to his 57 Bel Air.
I don't know much about the 6400.
Oh, well, that doesn't help.
No, I know the 5000 fairly well, but not 6400. I never even sat behind one.
STH I think, has the newer ones. A couple of the guys here on the air have the newer ones. And AEX, I think, has even done some of the setups on the newer ones. You'll get it dialed in, and it'll sound great.
Yeah, the guys you talked to is Rob AEX and/or Steve WA1STH. I believe he's got a 6400. He might have sold it, got another one, but he's had them all.
Yeah, Steve would probably be definitely the one to talk to, because I think Rob W1AEX on his website, he's still I don't think he has the smart SDR stuff. It's all like the older power SDR stuff on his. And I'm running Power SDR on here with my knob, but it's the newest. It's the Power SDR Thetis. It's a beta software. It's still in development, and they're still coming out with new updates. They were coming out with new updates, it seemed like once a week, and sometimes like once every 3 or 4 days, but the guy who's been doing the code has been taking a break, so there hasn't been many updates, but that's what I'm running. Power SDR Thetis 2.7.0 A3, which will not work with your Flex, but I heard Smart SDR is pretty cool. I know people really, really enjoy it, and so I know you're going to enjoy it, Dave. W3MMR.
Yeah, and I run the KE9NS software on my Flex. I like it a lot better than the Flex software.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what we're. I'm an impulse buyer. I was looking for a day or two for Flex 500 or 5,000 used, and didn't really see too many out there. And one or two that were out there, they wanted too much money for them probably, and that's probably why they're still for sale. So I don't know. Just bit the bullet and went with it.
Yeah, the 5000A with the second receiver and antenna tuner, you can get them for around 800 or 900. If it's more than that, no, it's too much.
Yeah, that's what Brian told me the same thing.
Yeah, he called me and asked me, and I said, yeah, I think I don't know if that was you that was looking at the 5000, but I think you saw one that was, said it was, I forget, like 850, but it was the bare bones one. Didn't have the second receiver or antenna tuners. you know, then you should be for $850. You should be able to get one with the second receiver and the antenna tuner in it.
Yep, that was me. Yep, that was me looking at that. Yeah, and I thought that was the case because I had seen a few that had sold for right around $850 with the tuner and the second receiver. So, and I was just like, if you pay $800, $900, I mean, I might as well just double up and get one that's new and not have to deal with any issues or problems with the radio that someone may have had.
They don't usually have any problems. They either work or they don't. And the good thing about Flex is they're right in Texas, and you can send them down there, and they'll check them over. My son Bobby, he had one. It was in a fire, and his place burned down. And he called up Flex and told them that it went through a fire, and they said, well, ship it back. He said, well, I can't because I don't have the shipping carton because it got burned up in the fire. They sent him because you can't just put it in a box. They sent him a Flex shipping cart, and he put it in there. They paid for it to ship back to them. They fixed it, and they sent it back to him, and no charge.
Wow, that's good to hear. I said earlier I was pleasantly surprised to find out that they were made here in Texas, in America. That's awesome. That makes the purchase even better.
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Yep. And they're getting a little big for their britches now because they got so many different models out there. It takes a while. When you send them in, it takes a while to get them back. You used to be able to have like a week or two turnaround time, but it takes a lot longer than that now because they got so many of them. But yeah, they're nice. When I saw the 5,000, this guy was selling for $1,400. Had the second receiver, antenna tuner, and the 2 and 440 module, and I jumped on it.
Yeah, there's a few. I don't know if there's a couple of different models, like if they're all 5,000As or what, but I see a few out there. I guess they're pretty much loaded, I guess is the best way to call it, because those are out there and they're asking a pretty high price.
I think it's 150. The tires I have on the car now. When I saw this one for 14, I jumped on it. Because they're like dinosaur teeth with the 2 and 440 module. Because that 2 and 440 module is $600-700 alone by itself.
Oh wow! I didn't realize that was that pricey. I got the 6400 bare bone. I don't use the internal tuner on this FTDX 3000, and honestly, I don't even know what the other two options were. One of them wasn't even available. I'm not sure what it even was. The only thing that would have been nice to have is, maybe I'll go back and get it later, is the Maestro. But the only thing about that, so I was talking to Brian about that. It'd be cool to have. Then I watched that video. That thing is big. I think you might as well carry your laptop with you.
What's big?
The Maestro, the front end panel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know much about them. Like I said, I know about the 5,000, but and the thing is, you gotta keep an eye out, for them on eBay and eHam and QTH and all them sites, and every once in a while you see one pop up for a really, really good price, and you got to jump on it, But there's not a lot of them out there. But every once in a while you'll see one like the one Bill just got, W1LLY. He paid I think it was $850 I think it was $800 or $825, I think it was. And it's got the second receiver and the antenna tuner. And when he got it, he said the guy never used it. It was brand new. He said the firewire card was still sealed in the original package, never even opened.
Wow, yeah, that's a good deal there. Yeah, I think I don't know. I get into things and I don't have much patience. I definitely impulse buy, and I looked I looked for 2 days and I was done. I couldn't find what I wanted, so I made the mistake of going on the Flex's website and looking around, and I don't know. It was raining this morning. I wasn't doing anything else. It was just too easy to buy, I guess. I mean, I'm going to pay for it. Trust me. It's not like I have money to spend left and right, but yeah, I don't know. I'll make it up somehow.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, but I already had this Flex here, so and to get the other one, I wasn't really in a hurry, so I was just looking around, and when I saw that one with the 2 and 440 modulator, I jumped on it, and the guy said he had a buyer for it, and then I guess Bill LLY, he contacted the guy, and the guy said, no, I got a buyer. He says, but, things will go, I'll give you a call. So I guess the guy hemmed and hawed, and he said, screw it. So he told Bill to come down and pick it up. So Bill drove, it was right here in Connecticut. He drove down here, picked it up, he brought it over here, and I bought it from Bill for what he paid for it.
Oh, that's great. Are you on the Flex now?
Yeah, but you're listening to the E-Rig. I'm using the Flex just for a driver. I got this is a 24 Fed E-Rig, and it's got digital drive. I only need to run 2 watts out of the Flex to drive this E-Rig, and of course I use a receiver.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, Brian was telling me how you guys have that set up. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it sounds really good.
Yeah, well, E-Rigs do, but they're a pain in the ass to build, but they're great rigs, and they put out a ton of power, and they certainly ain't lacking in power. Those FETs are really humming along, and of course the audio is coming out of the E-Rig. The Flex just puts a 2-watt carrier. That's all I need out of the Flex. It's just a carrier, 2 watts output, no audio. The audio is coming out of the E-Rig. And the audio on the E-Rig is DC to daylight. It's wherever I got my EQ set at. I can crank my EQ up to 20K, and of course it'll splatter all over the band.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to monopolize the conversation here, but so on the Flex, that was my understanding is you can open up the transmit bandwidth a good bit.
Yeah, you can run them out to 20 KCs, yep.
You're not monopolizing anything. I'm sitting here doing other stuff, enjoying the conversation. So continue. W3 MMR.
Okay. Yeah, and you don't have to modify nothing. You just go into the settings and you just turn it up to 20K or 15K or 7K, whatever you want to set it at, and that's your bandwidth.
That'll be cool. Well, I'll probably just be using this AL80B for a little while for my amp anyways, like Perry's doing over there, and he sounds good.
And Dave, you're 40 over, okay? So you have plenty of power. The AL80B will work fantastic with the Flex. And just to give you an idea, my bandwidth's out to 7.2K, so 14.4 total bandwidth, 0 to 7200 there. So that's where I keep mine at.
Yeah, my E-Rig here is running about 14, 15 KCs wide. Perry, what tube is in that amp?
The 3500 with 30. Hold on. With 3,200 volts on the plate.
Okay, is that a single 3500?
Yes, sir.
Oh wow. Huh. Yeah. I thought maybe it was 2, but like the SB220 or the 2200. My son Bobby's got the 2200, which is a modified 220. Really nice. It's not that brindle green, crappy color that the SB220 is. The 2200 is nice. I think it's a brownish color, and it's a nice amp. And it's around 30. I think it's 34 or 3500 volts. or 36. It's up there. It'll put out 1,500 watts, no problem.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. They're nice amplifiers. Yeah, this thing's got a stout little power supply in it, and it'll do 200 watts of carrier all day and night. It's max, absolute max. If you want to run with any amount of headroom, because I can run 200 watts and still get 120% positive and have room to turn it up more if I wanted to. But you should really be running it if you want the tube to last, longer, around 150 to 175. Because there's really not any difference between 150 and 200 watts. I mean, let's be honest here. I just run it there because it's where I've always run it, you know what I mean? But it'll do it. And so the ALAB is, in my mind, a nice little amplifier. I'm pretty sure I know you've heard this story before. When I left this thing keyed up for about 20 minutes at 1,200 watts of carrier when I was tuning it up and forgot I left the tune button pressed on the Anon, and just went back to my phone, whatever I was doing. Yeah, and it survived. Nothing blew up, so.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, 3500Zs are pretty tough tubes, and they're not too expensive. They're not bad. And they're very linear. It's a very clean, very linear tube. Certainly nothing wrong with 3500Zs. And of course a pair of them, they've got plenty of power. Bobby stole that one. He's got that 2200. He got it up at Nearfest. He paid $600 with a brand new set of 3500Zs in it, IMAX.
Oh yeah, wow. Yeah, I'd say so. If I just picked up this Henry 3KD Classic with the 3CX 1200 D7 in it. If I didn't get such a good deal on it, I would have never have got it, just because of the price of the tubes. I mean, they're almost $1,300 new now from RF Parts, just under $1,300 for a new tube. So if I didn't get such a good deal on it, I would have never have bought it. But I couldn't say no to the deal. I pretty much stole the thing too. But said person I bought it from got it for a good price, and he passed it along to me for a good price. So, but I was looking at like an AL82, something with a pair of 3500Zs in it, just because of they're rugged tubes, like you said, they're real linear. The AL82 has I think 3600 volts on the plates, maybe 3700, but I think they're 3600. That thing, like you said, will do legal limit all day long. And especially if you find one with they used to come with the Peter Dahl transformers. And my old man's AL82 has the Peter Dahl transformer in it, and come with nice tube chimneys in there, nice big blower. And those amplifiers will last, man. But you're not going to get one for cheap. A used one will go for $1,800 to $2,000 for a used AL82. But in my mind, they're worth every penny.
You just didn't want to buy my heat kit.
Well, that 1200 tube is, they're pricey. They're $1,300. But the thing is, you're not going to kill that tube. That tube has 50 watts of grid dissipation. I mean, you have to really, you got to really crank on that thing to break it. I don't think you can. It's a tough tube. It's not like some of the other tubes. Like the 3CX 800 A7s. Man, you got to be careful with the grid drive on it. You blow them right up. But that 1200 tube is tough, man. 50 watts of grid dissipation. Because I got the Ameritron amplifier, the AL1200, and it's got that tube in it, and it's got to be like 25, 30 years old.
Right, and you'll break everything else in the amplifier before you break the tube. It's got a new tube in it. The person got it with the original tube that came with it and a new in the box tube, and he put the new tube in it. And I was going to buy the other tube, but I didn't really have the money, the extra $700 to spend on the tube. And you know, I didn't think I would need it, number one. And then number two, we'll probably have the tube for a while if I ever do need it, you know. But I'll tell you what, though, I've never had a Henry amplifier before, and looking inside one of these Henrys and seeing how it's built compared to in my AL80B, just how much, you know, obviously things have to be bigger for more power, but just the quality of the construction compared, you know, between the two, and like the flimsy little circuit boards, you know, and the flimsy little tube socket that came with the AL80B, which I've replaced with a nice ceramic tube socket since. But you know, just the way them Henry amplifiers are built, man, they built them things to last. But like you said, everything else in the amp would probably break before the tube would.
Yeah, well, the Henrys are built like a brick shithouse. I mean, those, you're talking about a great amplifier. They didn't mess around with those. I used to have a Henry amp for a 2-meter Henry amp, which had what tube was that? I think it was a, I don't know. I don't remember what tube it was. Might have been the 800. Not sure. It was a single one. But that thing put out plenty of power. But the way the thing was built, the transformer in that thing looked like it could handle 10 of those tubes.
Yeah, seriously. All right, I'll be back. My neighbor's dogs are inside, so I'm gonna go grab my dog. I've been waiting for the neighbor's dogs to go inside so their dogs don't go batshit crazy when I bring my dog back. So I'm gonna grab my dog, my laundry, and we'll be back here in about 10 minutes. Continue on. W3MMR.
Yeah, okay. All right, very good, Perry. I'm going to shut up for a minute, let some of the other guys get back in here, and I'll be on this side. I'm going to hit the command center, and it's time for an adult beverage, but I'll be back in a few. K1 KBW.
I got to do the same thing. I need an adult beverage and a water.
I'm going to go walk my dog.
I'll be right back, Brian. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel.
KB3WFV.
WA2JID, Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, Indian.
Who is that? I don't know who that was, but well, good evening, KB3WFV.
KB3W, function mark. This is Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, India, Delta. Bring up to New York. You copy?
No, I got the Whiskey Alpha 2, but a static crash got the rest of you. It's Kilo Bravo 3, Whiskey Foxtrot Victoria, wide frequency Vormit.
Okay, yeah, the static crashes are getting pretty bad right now. KB3 WFV is what I got written down here anyway. The call is Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, India, Delta. Name is Bernie. We're located 10 miles west of Binghamton, New York. And we're running a flex radio here into the KPA 500. Driving it with about 25 watts. I don't know. The carrier, 100 watts maybe? I don't know. Seems to be working though. I just set this station up a couple weeks ago. New location, different rigging. Anyway, I run a flex radio, about 7K wide, I think. And How's the audio sound?
WA2JIDG KB3WFE. It's doing all right. I think you said a KPA 500, so that tells me Elecraft. It's doing okay. There's some QSB on the signals, and the static crashes are picking up. They were calling for thunderstorms here today, but I haven't seen any yet. But the day's not over, so I think I heard you say you just got everything set up there. And it's doing okay. I'm wondering where you're at, but we hear you fine here in Annapolis, Maryland, given the band and the weather conditions.
Yeah, okay, got your QTH in Annapolis, Maryland. We're 10 miles west of Binghamton, New York. Right on the New York-PA border, about 80 miles directly south of Syracuse. 6 miles from Pennsylvania border. And I got you in Annapolis, Maryland. You sound pretty good. Probably about an S9, maybe a 10 over. I'm not sure. I didn't look at it. We're running a Flex radio, Heil microphone into a KPA 500 amplifier. And off-center fed dipole up about 30 feet. It's about 230 feet long, somewhere in that. It's pretty resonant right on this part of the band here on 80 meters. So anyway, I guess it's working okay. We have a workstation down in our garage, and some more power and a different radio. We got a 7300 down there, and a lot of vintage stuff. Lots and lots of vintage stuff. If you look on my QRZ page, you'll see some of the Collins stuff and stuff like that. But anyway, just thought I'd break in there and see if anybody's hearing me tonight. Static crashes are getting crazy, and we had about 82 degrees this afternoon. Still pretty. Still 70 degrees. It's supposed to go down into 46. So anyway, game here's Bernie, located 10 miles west of me. KB3, WFB, Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, India Delta. Thank you.
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel.
And welcome back, Dave. All right, Bernie, very, very nice to meet you there. And it's working for you. Primarily what we're fighting is just the weather and the band at the moment, but it's still a little early, too. Maybe the band hasn't figured out whether or not it wants to grow up tonight or not. So, it's working.
Yeah, okay, I got to get out of here because I've got to run and pick up my grandson in about 10 minutes. And, yeah, we had a beautiful day here. Didn't do much today. It was really nice. Really, really nice. One of the nicest days I've seen last year. Like I say, it was up in the low 80s. It was supposed to crash down into the 50s, 40s. So anyway, we really enjoyed it. Hopefully you're getting the same thing weather out there. And I know exactly where you are. I've been in that area before. All right, we're going to stay 7-3 and we'll catch you later. This is Whiskey Alpha 2, Juliet, India Delta, Knoxville, New York, 10 miles west of Binghamton. We'll be listening now. 7-3.
All right, Bernie. Yeah, it started out, well, yesterday was beautiful, and then today it started out raining. Drizzly rain, and it never really dried up enough to really get outside to do any hot and heavy things, but it warmed up, got real humid, and now it's a real pleasant evening. I should be sitting out on the porch, but we're sitting here instead. I should go grab the remote and go sit on the porch. That's what I should do. Anyways, have a good evening, Bernie. KB3WFV.
There is no doubt I'd be on the front porch if I had the ability to do so.
Yeah, it is pretty nice out there, isn't it?
I couldn't believe it when the sun came out and how warm it got. That's why I threw the mountain bike clothes on and went for a ride. It was, I lost 4.5 pounds on the ride. I was sweating so much. Not used to that.
So you have a problem with water retention?
I think I probably had a little bit of refreshment retainment from the last 2 nights.
And people wonder where the name beer keg came from.
Right, exactly. I love the liquor store here in Dunkirk delivers for $5. Gotta love it.
The liquor store, you got Lisa going, who delivers? The liquor store in Dunkirk for $5. You want to call them? The one there by Mama Lucia.
No, it's the one on by Giant.
I think she's going for the phone book now.
Right,
Good
it's the one by
evening.
Giant. Karen has done it.
The one in the Giant Shopping Center parking lot? Whatever. There's not one in the Giant parking lot, is there? There is? Well, I've never seen it. You've been in there? See, just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean anything.
Right. Yeah, actually, the lady that owns the liquor store by the Giant owns the liquor store, or at least my understanding, she owns the liquor store over by the new Harris Teeter as well.
Yeah, How many liquor stores have you been to? She said she's been to the one by the Harris Teeters, too. She's probably been to all of them. That sounds bad.
Oh, it sounds great, and that's awesome that she didn't know that they deliver, because if she pulled out the phone book, that means she's going to be ordering something to drink tonight.
I don't know what she's doing. Not too much fun. That one by Harris Teeters is a little bit more upscale, isn't it?
I have not been to that one, but my understanding is, yes, that was her plan to have maybe a little bit more than micro brew and maybe higher end wines or something like that.
Yeah, not just a little bit higher end. What's that? What'd you say? Are you hearing her at all?
I can hear her talking, but I can't make out what she's saying.
Apparently there's a big refrigerator in the back because they only sell refrigerated beer. The regular beer. In the back, in the refrigerator. Why don't you come in here and talk? Musician's friend, microphone, XLR cable. Yeah, okay, we'll place his order now.
Good evening.
Hey, Clark.
What's going on?
I'm finding out that my wife knows where all the liquor stores are in the Calvert County are at. And Dave's telling her that they deliver. And she's probably looking the number up now.
Well, that says a lot about home life.
It says a lot about what?
Home life. You're driving her to drink.
Oh, yeah. That's the only way she can put up with me. I swear to this day that somebody pays her to stay with me.
If we get out of this new now situation, if we get a liquor store that delivers for $5, I will be loving it.
I'm not sure what'll happen. I think a lot of those regulations, I don't know. A lot of that stuff's being like overlooked and circumvented. So that it may all go back. Anthony's delivered to you.
food and beer and alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay, I knew about the food. I didn't know about the alcohol.
I'm pretty sure I'll ask my daughter. She's pretty good. They are delivering booze too. When you go for pickup, you can get the booze, but I'll have to ask if they're delivering the booze. I'm pretty sure they are. Anyways, Clark, what's going on?
Nothing, just chillaxing on a Sunday night.
Now, how many ibuprofen are you down to now?
Oh no, all is good. Just chilling.
Now, I pulled the FT101 out earlier and I was playing with it. Got it all dialed up, called Mike up, or Dave up so he could hear it. And he tells me, "You're a troublemaker."
Who's a troublemaker?
Me. He called me a troublemaker. I go all through the trouble of pulling out the FT101. Lisa had to help me find one of the power cables for it. I hooked it all up, dialed it all in, was playing with it, called on and said, "Hey, get on there, I want you to hear the 101. He called me a troublemaker.
Well, last time I knew of anyone being called a troublemaker was me, and it was the maitre d' at a Chinese restaurant.
Oh, this I can't wait to hear. Apparently, with Ladies' Night last night, Dave got the permission of Karen and, with my instigation, bought a Flex.
Ladies' Night inspired him to buy a Flex?
No, but it gave him the ability to get permission from Karen.
Holy cow. Man, it's amazing what things like that can come of events.
Why are you so heavy on the low end?
Me? I'm not. I haven't changed anything in 4.5 years.
Okie dokie.
Well, I mean, I can put headphones on, but I think it's going to just sound like me.
It still might be the band. But, alright. Don't worry about it. So how did the Chinese maitre d' call you a troublemaker?
Well, this is years ago. I had gone to I really liked this one Chinese restaurant a lot, and over the course of, I guess a month, I had been there 3 times, and one time I brought a friend of mine, just happens to be a female friend. No big deal, just a female friend. And then a couple weeks later, I went with my cousin, who happens to be a female. And then, a couple weeks after that, I actually brought my girlfriend. The maitre d' walks up to the table, looks at her, looks at me, looks back at her, and he goes in very broken English, "You know him?" And this is really a surprise to my girlfriend. She's like, "Yeah, I know him pretty well." And I'm like, "What the hell?" Howard was his name. You know, Howard was not his name, but that's what his name tag said, Howard. And he looks at me, and then he looks back at her. He goes, "This guy, troublemaker." And I'm like, "What the hell?" And she starts to laugh. I said, "How in the world do you start calling customers troublemakers? I've been here 3 times over the past month, and you'd think that, I'd be treated like a little better." And he goes, "Mm-hmm." And he goes, three times, 3 different women. It's like, oh, for Pete's sakes. And then he walks away.
No way.
Absolutely.
Dude, that is seriously ratting someone out. That is, I think Howard would, I had to met Howard around back.
What? Well, no, it was just kind of funny because Stephanie, who I was dating at the time, was looking at me and she goes, "What's that about?" I'm like, "Yeah, that was Karen and Jackie." So that's what. And she just thought that was hysterical.
I assume you left a smaller tip.
Well, it was a maitre d'. He doesn't really get the tip, but my family has been going to that Chinese restaurant for decades. I mean, now it's different. Now it's not the same place, but we had been going there for a long time, and he had been there forever, and God, he watched me grow up pretty much. No, it was fine. It was all fine. It just I thought it was actually quite funny, but ridiculous too, because it's like, wow, he's keeping track of who I'm here with.
Yeah, I guess it's all good. That is pretty funny, though. You must have thought you were a player.
Yeah, so just, it would be wise to everyone, if you are having an affair, that is not the restaurant to be going to. But we're talking 1990s here.
Yeah, I don't know. That would be tough. I couldn't imagine. What if it had not been your cousin or a friend?
Well, then I would have said it was my cousin or my friend. But good thing is I didn't have to make anything up.
Yeah, I guess that's good. That's good. Huh. Yeah, we don't have we used to have a couple of really good Chinese restaurants around here, and I don't know if we really do anymore. For some reason, they keep going out of business.
Not enough stray cats.
Nice.
Yeah, I know one got shut down for multiple, failing their inspections.
Makes you feel good about eating out.
We're back. W3MMR.
I'll have the Mushu rat, please.
Okay. Would you like any sides with that? Super salad.
Is that something? You got to wonder, how does this restaurant celebrate the year of the rat?
I don't know, but I think I'd take a big bowl of bat soup right now.
Damn, Dave, you're like the strongest thing in my radio.
Maybe I should cut my power back a little bit.
No, I don't think you should. Hey, man, a buddy of mine told me, Clark, or whoever cares to listen, that Mauser is doing free overnight shipping right now. He's like, yeah, I just ordered 3 things, and they emailed me after I ordered them, and said they're doing free overnight shipping. I don't know how true that is, but I just ordered some fuses and some capacitors, and I did get free. I did get second-day shipping for the price of ground, so that was cool. But I didn't know if anybody else has ordered from Mauser lately and knew if that was true. W3MMR.
I'd imagine it would be a minimum order.
Right, yeah, and I don't think my $17 order was the minimum.
Isn't that frustrating? You only need like a $2 item or a handful of 25-cent pieces, and the shipping's more expensive.
Yeah, I ordered 10 fuses, and that was $4.50, and then 2 capacitors for $2.68, and shipping was more. Shipping was like $7.50 or something. Shipping was $7.99, and the merchandise total was $7.18.
I was thrown off. I thought I was going to be able to call and get a Mauser Model 1871 rifle and get free shipping.
That would be cool.
So did you get your dog smuggled in? Do you have to wrap her up in the laundry to bring her in the door?
Dude, I'm telling you, man. Well, put the fan back back on me. Well, I thought the dogs had gone inside because they had been so quiet for an extended period of time, but apparently they weren't. So I go out the house and they're going crazy at me, but they weren't there when I came back. So no, I didn't have to smuggle them in. But it's funny you say that. I don't like literally smuggle him in, but I will. Because he usually gets out of the driver's side, okay? And I usually back the car into the driveway and let him out the driver's side, which is that neighbor's side of the property, okay? And so then when their dogs are outside, I have to pull nose in and let them out, the driver's side so they don't see him get out of the car and then like rush him inside. Like, come on, let's go, come on, get in the house. And so he hauls ass inside the house so they don't freak out that much.
Little ankle nibblers.
I know, man. But, yep. That's what you got. Well, they're not ankle nibblers, man. They're like the one dog's giant. He's like this big, hairy, looks like I don't know, like something from Siberia. But it's so funny. They put like jerseys on him and shirts. The dog's probably 120 pounds. I mean, the dog's giant. And with all this big puffy hair, and they put these tight little like football jerseys on him. And the other one's this little, I think he's like a lab mix, and he's a puppy. And you know how, if anybody who's ever been around labs or owned labs knows how much energy they can have when they're young. And he's like a hyper version of a baby lab, a puppy lab. So yeah, you can imagine.
Oh yeah, they're people dogs anyway, so that's why he's barking. They just want to be around people.
Yeah, he's not barking because he's like, I'm gonna get you. And he's like, arr, come on, man, come play with me. Come on, I wanna play, come on.
My daughter's lab, I had a lab too, my daughter's lab. Man, he's off the chain when people come around. And God help you if you find the tennis ball lying around. You'll spend the rest of the night throwing it.
Man, that's one thing about my dog. My dog's always been super, super chill and laid back since I've had him. He's a black and tan coonhound, mountain feist mix. So he looks like at least a medium-sized dog, like about 40, 45 pounds, and big floppy ears on him, but a curly tail like a mountain feist, and kind of built like a mountain feist, not really built like a hound. And ever since he was a puppy, he's always been like sleepy. It's all he does is sleep. I remember we used to be sitting there partying, me and my ex-wife. She's the one that got him for me when he was like a little 2-month-old puppy. And we used to be partying at the house on base, and he would just be sitting there in the corner sleeping. People would come in the house, he'd just like lift his head up and put it back down. And now that's all he does now is sleep. He goes up, either sleeps on the back of the couch, on the top of the back of the couch, or he's upstairs in my bed sleeping. But he's 10 years old, almost 11. He still got it, man. He'll get out there and run. I take him out to the park, and he still runs and gets around like he's 2 or 3 years old. But you could tell he's starting to get old. He's getting gray in the face, and he's getting a little bit of cataracts on his eyes. And I can't imagine life without this dog, man. This dog's been, Brian, I've been through a lot, man, and he's been through everything with me. So I can't, life without that dog, just the thought of it is, I don't even want to think about it. But yeah, dogs are definitely cool animals. I'm not a cat person. I tried when I was cat sitting my sister's cat like last 2 weeks ago or whatever, when the cat got lost. And that week of being with the cat, cats are cool, man, but cats just are their own entity. They do what they want when they want. Like, you can't, like, come here, cat, come here. Like, the cat doesn't come. But the dogs are like, your best friend, your right-hand man. They'll follow you around. You tell them to come here, they'll come here. And they're there at the door to greet you. And I don't know. I've just always been a dog person.
You need to push the button on the electric can opener and the cat will come running.
Yeah, we're opening up the fridge.
I like how Court like how Clark gets Murphy to come to the door, picks up his car keys.
Oh, that makes him nuts.
Man, it is hot in here. It's 85 degrees in the shack right now.
I'll open a window.
Well, I can now that the neighbor's dogs aren't out there barking.
So years ago, this girl, every girl I've ever dated had a dog, so I'm a dog person. And it was kind of like this, not a great weather day out, and she said, I can't get her to go out, and meaning her dog. And I said, why don't you just call her and have her go out? She said, I've tried that. I went to the door, I opened it, I'm calling her name, and she just won't go. And then I tried going after her in the house, and she runs away. And I said, I can get her to go out within a moment. And she goes, oh, really? How are you going to do that, Mr. Smarty Pants? I said, watch this. This is before Watch This, Hold My Beer. I opened the kitchen door, the screen door, put the little lock on the closing thing so it would stay open. Opened the kitchen door so it was wide open. So now there was a clear pathway. And she said, okay, Smarty Pants, so now what? I said, now you stand back. And I reached over and I pressed the doorbell. And all of a sudden you hear this raucous barking, and like a bullet going out of a barrel of a gun. Her dog went flying out the back. In fact, jumped down the stairs. There's 3 steps down to the backyard, and took off and did her thing. And she looks at me with her hands on her hips. She goes, "Oh, you think you're so smart?" And I said, "Absolutely."
That is a good idea. I'll have to remember that the next time I have a dog that I can't get out of the house.
Oh, yeah. Just make sure the door is propped wide open and hit the doorbell button. And, of course, I did it with my pinky. I said, with just this pinky, I can make this whole thing happen. Oh, that really ticked her off.
Was this one of the ladies you took to the Chinese restaurant?
No. No. But it was the right era.
What era?
It was the correct era. It was the correct timeline, but no. Oh, yeah. The old doorbell trick, guaranteed.
Ding dong.
Hey, Perry.
Yo.
Do we have enough room to slide up one casing and get that digital crap out of my passband?
Yeah. Might get a little more hash from up above, but yeah, we got room.
I'll leave it up to y'all. I can actually, don't worry about it. I can slide this filter up.
It don't matter, man. It's up to you. I do hear it in mine. It's like, you know, it sounds like just a constant white noise.
Yeah, I just went down to the 6K filter.
Well, I have a this. I don't know what it is. It hasn't been in there like the past 2 days, but it's back again, and it always comes in the evenings, and it's like sounds just like power line noise, like that high-pitched buzz, and it's the entire, you know, from the AM broadcast band all the way up to here, and all the way up to like 4.5 megahertz, and it always comes in at this time, so that's like kind of covering it up at the moment, but it comes back when... The weird thing about these Anons is the noise blanker will take out that noise, that grow light noise, whatever it is I have. But if there's a signal over a certain threshold, and I don't know what that threshold is, it's with that, and that signal is in the pass band in the front end of my receiver. it'll like knock the noise blanker out, like it turns the noise blanker off. It's weird. So, for instance, if there's a sideband signal that's really strong, between words, like the noise floor will be going up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, because when they're not modulating and not modulating and breaking the noise blanker and then not breaking the noise blanker. That's the only gripe I have with this radio is that. I don't know why it does it. I haven't got any answers to why it does it. I've asked the people who, built the radio and the people who wrote the software, but nobody seems to know why.
How much attenuation do you usually use?
About 20 dB.
Well, that should help.
Yeah, about 20. It's for 160 and 80, it defaults to 20 dB of attenuation.
Wow, what if you tried 30? How do we sound then?
There's really not much change. Between even when you start going up to 40 and 50, there is, but between almost between 0 and 30, I don't really see much of a difference.
Sounds like your AGC's bringing all that up then.
I'm sorry, say that again. My AGC what? I was switching things around when you said that.
No, I was saying it sounds like your AGC is bringing up the noise then, if there's not that much difference between 0 all the way up to 30 dB of attenuation.
Yeah, because you can set the AGC gain right here on on the main GUI of the radio. And when you change the attenuation, it also changes the AGC gain. So if I was to turn the attenuation up, it turns the AGC the AGC gain down. So everything gets quieter.
Well, that's a good thing. Actually, Brian, do you have a AGC speed? Because usually it's usually it would be slow for AM.
Yeah, I have it. I manually override it to mid, and the reason that is because sometimes those weaker stations, you don't hear them as easily. So I just rolled a bunch of attenuation, and that helped with that digital noise, and I'll put the AGC on slow.
Yeah, and I usually do the same thing. I usually keep mine on medium. But I have long, slow, medium, fast, fixed, and custom. And when you put it on slow, you can also adjust the hang time of it. Like you can have the threshold low, but the hang time up. It's weird. I haven't messed with it much, so I don't know exactly what it does, but I know you can do that.
Hang time sounds like an expression from the 60s when you get together with your friends.
Right?
Yo, you guys want to join me for hang time?
Yeah, see, right now, my background noise is really low because I got the AGC up. And, I can't do it like Brian was saying with weaker signals because, I'll have to really crank the audio up and then the volume up on the receive, but then when one of you guys breaks in, it'll blows out my speakers.
About turning my attenuator for attenuation. I can only go to 18 decibels now.
What kind of receiver do you have?
The FTDX 3000.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I typically have a lot of attenuation because it just brings all the noise back. If you've got people who have pretty good signals, I'll bring. Well, it depends on the receiver, but I'm able to really dial back the gain or crank up the attenuation, and it quiets things down very nicely.
Yeah, I was actually able to go back to wide and not be annoyed by the noise.
Well, the modern receivers are so incredibly sensitive. And that sensitivity really pays off on the higher bands, when you get above 40 meters, 40, 20, and all that. But down here, they don't need it. They're like oversensitive. So that thank goodness they've got that attenuation that can be dialed in.
Yeah, I wonder. I'll have to go. I'm going to look in the manual too. I might even be able to change something in the menu. I'm not sure. But I was surprised. I hadn't even thought about using that to get rid of some of the noise here on AM.
I run a lot of attenuation and use the RF gain. I set it just above or just below the noise floor, and it's not as fatiguing on the ears because somebody unkeys, you don't hear full volume of all the noise floor and the static and all the buckshot or weaker signals from the side bands from up or down the band. It's just the big signals you hear here. And I normally run the AGC in mid because to try and help with some of the fading, but I just noticed it looks like I can define it or I can adjust it. I'll have to read up on it.
What are you using the Power SDR software, Brian?
No, it's the Pro 3.
Oh, excuse me, that's right. You use a Pro 3, my bad.
Terry, it's interesting when you were talking about the AGC and being able to set the levels within each of the 3 settings: slow, fast, slow, medium, and fast. I was just checking out a video on the Flex. That was pretty cool. Just the amount of control that you have compared to what I have with this radio is pretty cool.
Yeah, and you can go. I'm sure it's the same way with the Flex, but in the Anon, like in the menu, you can go in and adjust the attack time, the hang time, the decay for each of the AGC settings. Like right now, I have it on long, okay? And the attack time is 2 milliseconds, hang time is 2,000 milliseconds, and the decay is 2,000 milliseconds. Now, if I put it on medium, the attack time is 2 milliseconds, the hang time is off, and the decay is 250 milliseconds on medium. Slow, attack time 2 milliseconds, hang time 1,000, and decay 500 milliseconds. And then fast, attack time 2 milliseconds, the hang is off, and decay is 50 milliseconds. And then like I said, you can go into custom and then set all those wherever the heck you wanted to set them to really have it. But I honestly, I never really messed with it. I kind of just leave it on medium, and I adjust the AGC gain, which is a green line on the back of the pan adapter. Then I can pull, and I just grab it, a little hand shows up, you grab it, you can pull it up and pull it down, and I adjust it, kind of where the happy medium for everybody that's on the frequency.
And I guess I have to take back what I said. I can actually go into the menu item in the FTDX 3000 here and change the delay for each of the fast, mid, slow, and the AG slope. Huh. Go figure.
A lot of that stuff I would think changes automatically when you switch modes. So, like if you go to sideband, those settings may change.
It does in mine. You're exactly right, Clark. Yeah, it definitely does. The attenuation changes as well per band. Like I was saying earlier, 160 and 80, it's set on 20, but you go up to 40, it's on 10, and then anything up higher than that, it drops down to 0.
Yeah, mine has a, when I press and hold the AGC, it brings up a chart So fast, medium, slow is on the left, and then sideband CW, AM, and FM across the top, and it has all these different numbers within each block that we can apparently adjust. So I'll have to read up on it. So it sounds like it's just a compressor. It's all really you're playing with the threshold and the release and attack.
Right. I'm not sure how to really adjust it, man. That's why I don't mess with it, because I don't know what I'm doing. And like when I did mess with it before, it's like I don't really see much of a difference. And it's probably because I don't leave it on one thing long enough.
It is exactly a compressor. It's a compressor that operates in the RF domain instead of on audio. And yep, well, this receiver has two settings, fast and slow, and that's it.
So when you say RF domain, you're talking about just trying to level out the signal strength?
Yeah, so if you had no AVC or AGC or whatever the manufacturer calls it, then strong signals would be bombing loud and weak signals would be very hard to hear. So what they do is they actually have a gain control which will vary the sensitivities so that loud stations are attenuated and weaker stations are amplified more to an extent. Your radio receivers have that also. This is why weak stations are easy to hear and strong stations are louder, but they're not like ridiculously louder. So yeah, it's like a compressor for RF.
Need that on my TV or receiver, so when the mattress commercial comes on, the guy isn't 30 decibels louder than what I was watching on TV.
That was a perfect double. And by the way, regarding TV commercials, yes, they actually have compressors or limiters you can put on your TV audio so that the commercials are not louder than everything else you're watching.
Yeah, I know my receiver, the audio receiver has that. That's what I always attribute the AGC gain to.
So what were you saying, Brian?
I was just trying to understand. I mean, when it's on slow, it's bringing the weaker signals up slower and the heavier signals down slower, or I'm trying to understand where slow is at. What part of it's being slow?
Oh, the recovery. Very rarely would you ever have a slow attack time, because then that means that, if you're listening to a weak station, then a strong station keyed up, they'd come blasting through, and then, then it would catch up, and they would be reduced in volume. So, like Perry was talking about 2 milliseconds attack time. Yeah, that's, why would you ever have a slow attack time on on AGC, unless you were like maybe for sideband, but it would not be good for anything else, I don't think. So for example, if you're listening with a fast AGC, automatic gain control, if a strong station unkeys, that recovery time is the amount of time it takes for the receiver to return to its nominal gain. So if it was set for very slow, as Perry mentioned earlier, you'd actually miss, like if a weak station keyed up right after a strong station, because the gain would still be reduced. If it's on fast, the moment the strong station unkeys, all of a sudden all the background noise would start rushing in because the gain would be cranked up. Normally, that tends to be somewhat slower for AM because otherwise it gets too jarring. But for sidebands, for sideband, it typically is much faster. because now you need it to track the actual envelope of a sideband signal.
Yeah, that's why I don't run it on fast, especially here on AM, because somebody on keys, you hear the noise floor coming way up, and then the next station keys in. There's almost that split of distortion while it figures out where it needs to go. But I've always run it on medium. Now I have it on slow. We'll see how it behaves. If I start missing the weak stations breaking in, then I'll just go back to medium. I don't know what these numbers are representing on the chart. You know, for instance, like on sideband, it says fast is 0.3 and mid is 2.0 and slow is 6.0. I guess that's I'm not sure what that is. Milliseconds, I guess.
That sounds like seconds.
Yeah, there is something in this corner down here that says SEC, so I guess that's 2 seconds. Alright.
Yeah, 6 seconds recovery time for slow would be very slow, but it certainly would make a point.
So that would be what you're saying recovery would be decay. What they're saying is the decay on mine, right?
You have attack, hold, and decay?
I have attack, hang, and decay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, decay is release. Although it's funny because ADSR, attack, delay, sustain, and release are musical, is a technical musical term for how a note is presented. You know, the attack is the rise time, D is the delay that it's there, and then S is sustain, how long it lasts, and then R is the release. But in this case, yes, your decay is the same as release.
I got you. Okay, I'm just messing around with the hang time now. I don't know what the difference between hang and decay is, but cool.
Oh, the hang is where it does nothing. So, for example, if a strong station keys up, the attack will ensure that your receiver changes its gain right away to accommodate that. And then hang is how long it'll stay there. So, for example, if you're talking to one station, they're very strong, it would be helpful to have that hang time be longer, because this way the gain of the receiver doesn't try to go back to normal, because it's always going to try to be set for what that strong station is like. I know it gets kind of fidgety, doesn't it? But yeah, the hang time is where it doesn't do anything at once it figures out where the gain should be.
Wow, this is like a whole education. Probably doubling with somebody right now. Nope. Okay. Yeah. So my fast delay is set to standard is 500 millisecond. Mid delay is 1,000 millisecond. Slow delay is 4,000 millisecond. But you can change them.
Yeah, exactly. So your slow is basically 4 seconds, and Brian's slow is 6.
AM it's 7.
Really? It says 7 point something?
My slow is a half a second.
7.0.
Really? Half a second, Perry?
Yeah, my slow is a half a second. When I switch it to long, the long decay is 2 seconds. So, yeah. Slow is half a second, 500 milliseconds. Medium is 250 milliseconds. Fast is 50 milliseconds. So on and so forth.
Oh, I know why. Because you're in the AM mode. I'll bet if you switched to sideband or CW and you looked at those presets, they would be different.
Let me try it. Hold on.
Boy, you guys operating some pretty fancy stuff out there. N1 BCG.
Nope, they're the same.
Fine off. I'm sitting here listening to you two talk, and I can go from off all the way up to nine, I guess it's seconds. And all the way back down to off. And apparently I can move around these windows here and change it each step of the way here.
Which is
the only reason I started messing with it. Because I hit that button, it all goes back to where it was.
Switched over to lower sideband real quick, and they stayed the same too.
You know, it is possible that you can change them separately for bands, and the reason why they're the same now is because you haven't actually changed them, but I'm wondering, I mean, don't do this, but I'm just thinking, because it would make a lot of sense for them to be different for CW and sideband, for example, than they would be for AM. I'm actually wondering, because your rigs are so sophisticated that if you switched modes and changed one of those parameters and then went back, then it would be different. But again, I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying that would be very handy, because one setting doesn't really work for all the modes.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm actually going to try. I'm going to see if I switch to lower side, change it in AM, and then see if it's changed in lower sideband.
You know, what's interesting here is, I guess what it does is it levels it out. Because I just turned it off, and Clark's loud, and then Dave's louder, and then, you know, but if I bring a timing into it, a setting on it, then everybody's pretty much leveled out the same. And I like to make the super obvious.
No, this is good to do these things, because you'll learn about your stuff. You know, these are tools for receiving stuff better.
Just trying to. I'm wondering if there's an ideal, because Perry's at a half a second. Mine's defaulted at 7 seconds on slow. So, of course, the medium on my AM is what is it? 5 seconds, and then fast on AM is 3 seconds. I can have different settings for sideband, CW, RTTY, AM, or FM.
Are you sure that's not milliseconds, Brian? 'Cause that seems like, I mean, that's like 7 to 10 times longer than, you know, every one of yours is like a lot longer than mine is.
I don't know, Dave said 500 milliseconds. That's a half a second.
Right, yeah, and that's what mine is. But you said 7 seconds. Like, that's, you know, a lot longer. 7 seconds is a lot longer than a half a second.
By only 13 times.
Well, the other thing is that, I mean, it's possible that it's 1 to 10, like 10 or 0 is the fastest and 10 is the slowest, for example. But I mean, you know, if 7 were milliseconds, that would be lightning fast, and that's the slowest it could be.
Well, it's kind of confusing because in the lower right-hand corner under this whole chart, it says in parentheses SEC, as in second, the abbreviation for second. And if, like you said there, Clark, the fast setting is 3 milliseconds. The medium setting is, well, if it's it goes fast 3, medium 4, slow 7.
If it says SEC, then that's seconds.
Right. And that's all. It just has the number 7. There's no 700 or anything like that, or point, you know, decimal there or anything.
It says 3.0, 5.0, and 7.0.
Yeah, that's probably seconds then. Jeez, ooh, wow, that's long.
Yeah, I'm wondering, just for giggles, if I change it, and then I hit this little button, button. If it goes back to default, it might not let me do it when I key up.
That's right. That would fall under distracted transmitting.
When I change my menu settings for the actual speed of each of the categories, it stays the same when I change the mode. The only thing that does change is the slow, medium, or fast will change based on the band. So I guess the settings stay the same, but it will change between slow, medium, and fast depending on the mode and the band.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, because if you're operating CW versus sideband versus AM, there are very big differences in how you'd want the release or the decay or whatever your rig says to make it sound good.
Yeah, and the good thing is if you do change it, it tells you so on my screen. If you modify it from the factory setting, it's a different color, and you know when you're back on factory setting when it's back to blue.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that sounds like a nice radio.
That's you said the FTDX 3000?
Yeah. This was actually my first HF rig.
Now, is that the one with the AC? Does that have Fusion, the AC Fusion available on it?
No, you have to, like the popular one right now that has the Fusion on is the 991A, which is like their $1,000 receiver, and I assume their newest, I don't know what that new one is. Isn't it the new 101 that has it?
Yeah, I think you're right. And that gentleman that was on here earlier, your repeater buddy, I forget his name, Jeff, or was on one of those new 101s earlier. The 991A. Yep, that was the one I was looking at. Because my father's big into the Yaesu Fusion, and I was looking at, getting an all mode HF rig that I could, take camping with me or something, and I could run on 12 volts if needed, and run here at the house, and do 2 meters of 440 on it here at the house, or do Fusion, and I've used one of those. A buddy of mine had one. He bought one new a couple years back, and I really enjoyed using it. The short time I was able to operate it, but they're nice. Yaesu makes nice rigs, man. There's no doubt about that. W3 MMR.
Yeah,
I was going to pick up one of
7100
those
band
then I
rigs.
got a phone call from Brian.
I doubled with you today.
Oh, I said I was looking at one of those 991As as well for the same reasons that Perry was, but then I got an email and a phone call from you.
Uh-huh. It's all my fault.
Troublemaker.
That's right. Weren't you in here with a different radio last week?
Who, me?
Yeah, that sounded very accusatory. Who are you referring to?
I was talking to, Clark. You said, you were a troublemaker, and the guy's like, you've been in here with 3 different women, and so, yeah, I was just making a joke. Brian, weren't you in here last week with a different radio?
I get it. Good one. See, you're actually ahead of me.
Yeah, see? He fits right in, Clark.
Yeah, you were on the air with a different radio just last week.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like your E-Class rig.
Well, if you want to be technical about it, I have been on 3 different radios since Friday. Should we make it a 4th?
That would make you a male. No, I can't say that on the radio.
I need to fire up my DX100 one of these nights. I haven't been on that at night in a while.
It does sound good. I wonder how it'll play with the Henry.
I don't think it would play too well. I think it would play well, but I don't think the Henry would like it. It would be squeezing every last bit out of that thing.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Oh yeah, what's the output of the DX?
About 120 watts a carrier. And put it this way, 25 watts a carrier gives me 375 watts out of the Henry. So.
Good God.
Yeah, I'd be stressing her out. And I know those tubes are tough, man, but that's $1,300 right there that I do not want to spend.
You never know till you try.
Well, I guarantee there's friends. Well, I know there's guys who have run stupid power into a pair of 3500s and have gotten almost 3,500 watts out of a pair of 3500Zs. But I mean, that was with a bulked up power supply. I was out of a Drake L4B actually, and everything else has been bulked up. But that's how they run them, man. You know, they don't care about being clean. They just like to see that watt meter swing there, breaker.
You know what amps should have, because that is a big problem, is a sensor on the input, because you've got the keying where the drive is keyed up and then the amp is keyed up after. Just have like a lockout that if the amp senses it's getting too much RF, it just doesn't key.
Mine will do that now.
Yeah, there's a few of the newer amplifiers have that overdrive protection in it. Just like with this Henry, the plate current's too high. The plate current's too high. Pops a little 1.5 amp fuse.
Oh no! I got that built into my watt meter. Good evening, W2BTK. Sorry, I tried to key as quick as I could. Somebody else might have beat me though. But if I just stay keyed up long enough, you'll hear me that I'm in there now. Okay, W2BTK.
Okay, hi Bill.
I heard you there, Clark. And good evening, Billy. Billy, your blower is blowing harder tonight.
You think so?
Yes.
Well, that's fine with me. It doesn't bother me.
It's like you put a mic on it.
It's funny because you can tell you're talking louder because of it.
It's 100 decibels in here.
Well, to put it in perspective, it's 51 decibels in here with the Henry on at the microphone. So, isn't that like, that means it's like 20 or 30 times louder in your shack than it is in mine?
Yeah, but the blower that I'm using is pretty much what they would put like on top of like a 10-story building for ventilation.
I just turned my AGC up to fast.
I figure with the hum and the blower noise that he has, all he needs now is a little Toyota Tercel horn and beep beep, and he can say he's mobile.
So true.
Completely kill your conversation. I was listening to you guys before I keyed in, and my watt meter has that built in. I can set a forward power cutout, and I can set a reflected power cutout, and then a big red light comes on and it beeps at me like beep. It's loud as hell. It's louder than my fire alarms.
Yeah, my LP500 has something similar. I run the keying the keying line out of the Anon into the LP500, then into the Henry or the AL80B, and it has SWR protection. So if the match gets over 2-to-1, it automatically unkeys. Or if the power goes over a certain amount, it automatically unkeys. But if I had two couplers on here, like if I had one, say, behind the Anon, between the Anon and the amplifier, I could do the same thing. So that's what watt meter do you have, Bill?
It's Coaxial Dynamics Watchman. Spelled conveniently WATTCHMAN.
Perry, I don't think that'll do it on the same transmitter.
Wait, what do you mean?
The dual slugs on the LP 100s and the 500 and 700s are meant for like two different transmitters. You put the one slug on say your DX and the other slug on your non. I don't think it'll, because it's auto. What it's doing is it's auto sensing. It'll bounce back and forth between the two. So if you key up your DX, it'll light up. If you key up the non, it'll light up. I don't think it'll do it in the same chain.
No, it will, because you can go in there and select which channel or which coupler you want to choose, and you could set it up for trapezoid and all that stuff. So my father has two couplers on his.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you made it, Bob.
Well, yeah, I'm up on 85 and turned into a flex train on the workshop, so I was like, holy smokes, I gotta...
You could drop me an email.
Oh, you didn't appreciate that Steve came in and just wanted to talk about his flex for 15 minutes? You weren't able to hang with that? Yeah, neither was I. Where's Clark? We want Clark.
Dude, Billy, so you have this with the rack-mounted Watchman? That's the one you have?
Yeah, it's blue. It matches my amp.
Wow, this thing's nice, man.
Yeah, it is really nice. And I just put it in here like a couple days ago. I'm still using a regular Bird 43 for my peak reading, but I have average power and reflected power up on the Watchman. And I really need that because, you know, the other day I keyed up into 9-to-1 SWR and nothing shut the amp down. It just let it burn crap. So now at least if I do a goofy mistake like that, it'll say nope.
Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that thing's nice, man. It's not cheap. It's nice, though.
I got it for free.
Well, look at you go. Yeah, they're $1,100 new.
And it's the kind of crap you find surplus at television stations, radio stations. Throw away.
Guess that's the advantage of knowing the right people. W3 MMR.
I know a guy who's got a big stack of them, Perry.
Wow, that was loud. Really?
Yeah, you want one?
Yeah, I'd drive and go get one.
You don't have to drive anywhere. You just send you one. I ask him how much. He was selling them. I got one for free because I'm BTK, but he's selling them.
Well, if it's not too stupid, if the price isn't too stupid, then what the hell? But, I mean, I really obviously don't need to buy one. Because I obviously don't need one, but if I could get one for cheap, yeah, I'd buy it.
You sell your LP 500A, right? Buy one of these, and then you'll have enough money left over to get, like, a lot of beer.
Hey, Bob. Whoever Bob was talking to up on 85 was looking for him again. He wanted to catch up with him.
You in there, Bob?
Yeah, right here, go ahead.
Brian said whoever you were talking to up on 85 wanted to catch up with you. Is that what you said, Brian?
Well, I don't know who it was. Steve unkeyed, and the other fellow was wondering if Bob was still around. That he said he'd catch up with you some other time, but he was looking for you.
I dropped out of the conversation. It just turned into the flex flow. It's like, well, I'll go down here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He said he sent him. I don't know who it was. I didn't stick around long enough. But anyways, I was just letting you know.
Probably Larry.
That sounds right.
Yeah, are you guys getting, like, a lot of ants?
Crap load in the yard this morning.
Yeah, man, like, if I don't take my trash out like when it's like half full. Like I can't let it get all the way full or the ants find it. And I have a lid on my trash can and everything. And then I'll just see like these random little soldiers that they send out to look for food. And then if they find something, you know, they like put out a call, and the next thing you know, there's like an entire army. Yeah, they've been bad this year.
I was mowing the lawn today.
Cinnamon.
And oh, somebody gonna. All right, do I have it? Let me see one more time. All right, yeah, I was on the lawn today. I saw a huge anthill, dude. That massive like anthill. They were gearing up, man. Like they had just made this thing. It was fresh, huge. I disrupted the crap out of that thing. I don't need all that, but this was like some serious ant activity in the front lawn over there. And I haven't seen anything in the house yet.
What were you saying, Brian?
Cinnamon.
What's cinnamon do?
They don't like
it. Cayenne pepper works too, I think.
The ants don't like the cinnamon, and Billy said Italian pepper.
Oh, okay. I guess my fan's getting in here a little bit. Anyway, oh, okay. I remember, man, I was living in this house. I was like 18, and me and a bunch of my buddies lived together. And it was just a party house, an old farmhouse. Man, it was falling down. This place was gnarly. And we had ants ants like crazy. And we found like the main nest. It was underneath the back steps. And the hole to go down into the nest was, I mean, literally like that big. I'm showing it on the live stream. It was literally probably 3 or 4 inches in diameter. So my buddy Brian Trump stuck a hose down in it, and dude, it was little 3 steps that will go into the mud room, and that entire wooden set of steps went from like light brown to black, and you couldn't even see the steps. There were so many ants, man. I'd never seen an ant like nest like that in my entire life. I don't think I'll ever see one like that again.
Question.
Answer.
Hey, Perry, you got your SDR on? I wonder what frequency I'm on. How close I am to 73. I'm assuming that's where we're at.
Yeah, you're close enough. You're like right on it pretty much.
All right, sorry to interrupt. WA1STH.
The coolest thing, Perry, you seen the videos where they get molten aluminum and they cast the anthills, like they'll dump molten aluminum down into it and then dig it up?
Yeah, I've seen that. I would imagine like that one at that house probably would have been huge. But yeah, I've seen those. That's super cool how they do that.
I gotta try that.
I think I'd end up burning myself really bad. I cut myself, man. I chopped the side of my finger off the other night. I was messing around with a muffin fan on the top of my amplifier, and I put like 2 little pieces of double-sided tape to keep it from moving, and I tried to pull it up while it was still on off the double-sided tape. My finger went right underneath of it, man. I was like, nah.
Dude, yeah, you're lucky you got a little muffin fan, man, like this. Oh, I'm picking my nose on stream. This thing up here is dangerous as hell, dude. Like, it would probably take your hands clean.
Like, how... Is it like one of them restaurant exhaust fans, like the big silver ones?
Yeah, like, dude, go up on top of, like, a roof of a large building and tell me what you see. It's sitting on top of my amp, man. There's enough... The front is open, so it's exhausting the air out toward, my rack with all this stuff. It's about 10 feet away from it, and the television that has my pan adapter is kind of in line with it. From 10 feet away, it's shaking the crap out of my TV with the amount of air it's exhausting.
That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Oh my God. I could never... I would be remoting that thing. That thing would be down in my basement or somewhere. I couldn't deal with that, man. That's insane. Like 100 decibels is like literally like a plane flying over you at 100 feet.
it's 100 decibels. Well, 96 decibels where I'm sitting. It's about 106 if I go right next to it, but my head's a good 4.5 feet away.
That's nuts, man.
Ham radio. Where's Clark, man? Clark dipped the hell out the second I got on frequency. What's up with that? Clark, what are you doing?
Reading emails.
All right, here we go. 100 dB, okay, is as loud as a jet taking off at 600 feet away, 300 meters. Use of an outboard motor, a power lawnmower, motorcycle, farm tractor, a jackhammer, a garbage truck, a Boeing 707 at 1 nautical mile before landing, a jet flyover at 1,000 feet. I mean, that's high. I used to have jets flying over when I lived in Norfolk. We lived right off base and right off of the airstrip there. So, like, I'm just imagining how loud that was compared to that. I mean, that's crazy. And a Bell helicopter at 100 feet is 100 dB. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Dude, it's not that bad. And that it's 96 decibels C-weighted next to my head, and the weighting is important because if I go A-weighted, it's only about 92 decibels. So there's some low frequency content there that's pretty much like sub-audible, but it takes up on the C weighting. So I'm taking that into account. Also, 100 dB is like a pretty quiet nightclub. I mean, that's like, you know, you're standing around talking to each other and stuff with music in the background. 120 decibels is the threshold of pain. So that's when you're going to start noticing it's like uncomfortable to listen to sounds around 120 decibels. And the jump from 100 to 120 is a pretty big one, man. So it's like, it's loud in here, but it's not like deafening or crappy. It's like, if you've ever been to like a transmitter site anywhere, like television transmitter, this, that, the other thing, par for the course. I mean, like, it's pretty much like walking into one of those places. Same amount of air rushing around, same amount of noise. So once I get ductwork on all this crap and I move it somewhere else, it's going to be real nice. I've also thought about setting up in the other room and just extending my audio and, you know, so just a couple things and just setting up on the other side of the wall. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but yeah, fun facts about SPL, W2BTK.
Well, how you doing, Billy? I came in here to wreck your QSO and change the subject. W2VW.
Let me make sure I got it. Hold on. Hey, Dave. Well, real quick, and I'll get off this soapbox. Okay, 96 decibels or 100 decibels is 1/4 as loud as 70. 50 is 1/4 as loud as 70, and 100 is 8 times as loud. So yeah, you're like 12 times as loud as it is in here.
Yeah, and remember, that's what I said about weighting is extremely important. If you're not sure what I'm talking about, dBA and dBc weighting in regards to measuring SPL, that's really, it's 96 dB C weighted. It's about 92 dB A weighted.
Right, yeah, A weighted is what, down to like 500 hertz? Is that where the cutoff is?
I think it's lower than that. I'm not exactly sure, but C weighting is like sub-audible. You'll hear, you can measure a very high SPL C-weighted signal, like, you know, from air conditioning or whatever, that you don't hear. It's just like a really low, like, woo, but it can be loud as hell. Your ears don't pick up, you know, the Fletcher-Munson curve screws you.
Interesting. Okay. I'll shut up now. W3MMR.
The Fletcher-Munson curve, man.
That was you. Yeah, Fletcher-Munson. That was my name on gearsluts.com. I think it was Fletcher-Munson or something like that.
Yeah, well, that's been the excuse for crappy audio and ham radio for years. People citing the Fletcher-Munson curve where low frequency audio does nothing and it takes lots of power, blah, blah, blah. And you really don't need anything up above 2300 hertz to be audible. So all amateur radios should sound like crap.
Yeah, you can't, and not to mention most crusty old ham radio operators, their basilar membrane is all screwed up, so the actual Fletcher-Munson curve is worse in reality. So that's especially, you only need 300 to 3K, and that's hi-fi.
It's 0 on my S meter because I'm looking at the wrong receiver.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. I gotta get my stuff together over here, man.
When was the last time you got a hearing test, Dave, man? Because my basilar membrane is a little bit screwed up.
What?
You know, the basilar membrane, the little hairs that vibrate in sympathy to acoustic waves. You still got all yours? How are your 15 and 16 KC resonant basilar membrane hairs doing?
I can tell you that in my in my left ear, my frequency response is got a hole in it in the 3 to 4 KC range. It's really bizarre, but I happen to have been next to an explosion that not only hit me with the initial wave, but it hit me with a reflected wave also. So it was not good for my left ear, and I got a hearing test shortly after that. But that's for off the air. Well, let's just say what.
Well, you're lucky though. At least it wasn't an AC/DC concert.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't go to an AC/DC concert because, like, really, I wouldn't go to a Rolling Stones concert either. I mean, come on.
And yeah, I don't have any holes in my frequency response. It's still nice and flat, but it definitely falls off at 14K. I can still hear 15K, but I think a lot of it is psychoacoustic because I just know, and I kind of cheat the test, I guess. But yeah, like 15K is a little muddy, and then 16K I don't really hear anymore.
Get old, man. You haven't seen anything yet.
Am I hearing any favor right now?
Yeah. Well, that's the way it goes, kid. What the man say? When the world is running down, you make the best of what's still around.
Yeah. Is that from that track Boogie Wonderland?
I don't think there were any boogers involved.
Anyway, I didn't really want to wreck your QSO, so let me be quiet here. W2VW.
Oh, hold on. Let me get my audio processing equipment. Oh, if you're watching on stream, this is going to be funny looking. Okay, Dave, I just wanted to make sure that, I had audio.
Wait a minute. I've got to adjust my audio here. It's not easy to do with this, running a mixture of DSP and ASP and, a little bit of FU thrown in there. Wait a minute. Okay. Hold on. This is not easy to do over here.
All right, here we go. Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, my watt meter is really moving. How's that, Billy?
You're sounding fine, Dave. I've made some adjustments to my audio over here. It may be pleasing. Do I have enough low end in my audio? I'm not sure if the flex is passing this, but because my voice is naturally amazing. So what are you hearing? Oh, hold on. Let me adjust this for a moment. Going over, doing very technical things. Hold on a minute here. All right, let me do this and that, and I'm doing lots of things. Okay, how is the audio now, Dave?
Okay, wait a minute. I can't figure out which side of this
supposed to talk into. I gotta look at it. Oh, okay, this is really good. Okay, good to hear you on Fine Business. Well, it's really good to hear you here on 75 News tonight, and I've got a lot of limiting going on here, but I don't think I really need all that. Stand by a minute. All right, there is that. Oh yeah, that's a wow. Wow, there's a wow. Yeah, I got that turned. Oh, wait. Hello. I'm only looking at this here on the scope. Yes, Billy, I'd say you've made some improvements over there with the station. Now, how much money did you spend on it?
Your audio was so impressive that I honestly couldn't make out what you were saying. There was a tremendous amount of low end. That's an impressive transmitter. I'm very impressed by the fact that you were able to do that and not launch anything in your system. Very, very good. Fine business. Wait a minute. I can't unkey yet. Well, I was let me well, dang, I can't. There's nothing else to say about myself, so I guess I'll have to unkey. W2BTK.
Wait a minute, have you told me that you can't understand a damn thing I'm saying because I've got too much bass? I've arrived. Thank you. And 73. Look for my QSL card. W2VW.
I literally can't even understand you. I can understand you, Dave.
How about this? Can you hear my bass? Does my bass sound okay?
It's trippy, like there's no audio, it's just...
All I heard was QSL card.
Down all of the the multi-bands, except for like the lowest one in your 9024. I bet that's what you did.
No, that was my, I still haven't put it back yet here. That was my ribbon mic with the bass turned up so that I was really swinging the watt meter.
There was zero intelligibility. I couldn't tell what you were saying.
Yeah, man, but you should have seen what it looked like on the watt meter. I mean, really, isn't that all that matters?
No, you're right. It doesn't need this. You did it correctly.
What it looks like on the watt meter on my, and it looked good on the scope too. It was very round, and I really don't have anything to talk about anyway.
Perry, you got any low end?
Yeah, hold on. I can get some low end in here. You want me to get some low end in here? Alright, there's a little more low end, and let's go here. Crank that up there. How's that sound? Let's bump that up a little bit there too. I can see it on the pan adapter that I'm getting pretty low, around the 60 to 80 hertz range. Good lord and a quarter. W3 MMR.
You get the same thing going on. It's like it's modulating all that low stuff way up, and then everything else is like in the squeeze. Very no intelligibility. I boosted up my low end now, man. Yeah, like a fake bass, man. That's like what, a 3 dB boost at somewhere. Yeah, man. Yeah. I never do this. I never transmit with bass, fake bass. Is it pleasing? Is it soothing? Why is it necessary? It's not. Does it add to intelligibility? No. But man, I sound like I might impress you.
You need a Rekka QSO and you'll be all set. W2VW.
All I know is, Billy, that I didn't hear much of a difference, but you changing your voice, talking differently because of it. That is great. I put in well, it's not there anymore, but when I was messing around. I put a 10 dB boost at 50, 70, or 50, 60, and 80. And left everything else alone. So, yeah, it probably was pretty unintelligible.
Yeah, 10 dB boosts in general are no good ever.
No. I have no boost anywhere in my EQ. Excuse me, no, I have 2 dB at 2600 and 3200, that's it. And 50 hertz is flat, and there's a lot of cut everywhere else.
Roger, so, yeah, what are you going to buy next week?
Well, my ICOM 7300, well, I have several ICOM 7300s and more than one Flex radio, but I was thinking maybe I would get another Flex and install it on my ass, so when I walk around, I will be able to communicate, and especially for those times when I really need to get in there, when there's 2 or 3 people having a discussion, and it would help me interject. I would be able to do so even if I was not at one of my many ICOM 7300s or Flex radios available in the house. Perhaps I would be in the yard or in the bathroom. I would still be able to get in and interject and ask, as I am right now, how does my audio sound? This is W2BTK.
Sound like frickin' 14178 about 20 years ago, man. Well done.
ESSB, man.
But anyway, so the weather sure was nice, and I didn't want to break up the QSO. I try never ever to do that, ever. So, sue me.
I forget what we were talking about. Oh, we were on a pretty in-depth AGC conversation about adjusting our AGCs, but I don't think it was that important.
You managed to screw your audio up, by the way.
What'd you say?
Said you've managed to screw your audio up. It's weird.
It's weird. I put it back to where I had it. What did I do?
It's got like a going while you're talking.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it on the watt meter.
That sounds crazy, Dave.
So, how are you doing today, buddy? How does your transmitter?
God damn it! I'm over here screwing around. I just screwed everything up. Hold on, I'll be right back.
That's my Richard Nixon impression. Defective giant-ass shortwave transmitter.
Hello, radio. Is that any better? Hi.
Yeah, that's good. You're fine.
I just had to restart the software. Who knows? But it didn't like what I did.
Yeah, it was. You ever hear icons like a 756, where somebody tries to use it on AM and they don't have the battery going in the ALC thing in the back, and it's like.
Yeah, well, I'm using virtual audio cable to pipe in my audio into this, and it gets a little funky sometimes when I start doing too much at one time. So I just have to reset things and put it back to where I had it. And see, it looks different on the pan adapter now. There's not so much going on like there was before. That was weird.
Hey, Perry, you know anything about cameras?
What kind of camera?
Like, if you were gonna spend $250 on a camera, would you just go ahead and buy like that price GoPro, or would you look for a used DSLR?
Well, I just bought a used DSLR, a Nikon D3200, about a month ago, and it's awesome. Don't get me wrong, the only thing I wish I could do is use it as a webcam, and I can't. But if you're just going to be like, recording stuff and then video editing it and putting it on YouTube, it's awesome because it films like in full HD, 1080p, 30 frames per second. But with GoPros, they'll also like film in 2K, 4K, and you can use them as a webcam. If you're not going to be actually snapping pictures and like just taking video and you want to use it as a webcam, I would say a GoPro. But if you want to like snap pictures and have super awesome pictures and take really good video but not use it as a webcam, then a DSLR.
Yeah. It's hard to find a used one that's like, I don't know. It might just be easier to get. I don't know what for what I'm going to be doing, like 1080p video, I think maybe a GoPro is just as good. And then I have a list of which DSLRs work that have clean HDMI out that you can use as a webcam. It's just like, that's what I'm looking at right now. You got a DSLR, you love it. But the ones that have clean HDMI out, like you can use as a webcam, are generally a little more box.
W2 very weak, just because.
W3 MMR. Well, yeah, I think I paid, what did I pay for mine? I got it used off of Facebook Marketplace. Got a super good deal on it. The guy never used it. It was like an old man. He's like, I couldn't figure out how to use the thing, so it just sat. And I got 2 lenses with it. And like I said, mine doesn't do webcams, but I know, like you said, there's a bunch that do, and they are more expensive generally. But like with the GoPros, like it all depends on really what you're filming. Like if you want to be able to film something and, with different, lens types and be able to zoom or, have like a fisheye lens type thing or a wide angle, or, if you want to do like panoramic, like night shots of the sky. But if you're just going to be, filming radio stuff, a GoPro will suffice. And like with the newer GoPros, you can hook external microphones up to them, and so on and so forth. And the new GoPros are cool. Like if you want to use it underwater, you don't have to put one of those plastic cases around it. They're waterproof as they come. So I was actually looking at getting a GoPro. The new Hero, was it the Hero 7? Is one of the newer ones before I bought the DSLR, but I ended up going with the DSLR because I do a little more, shooting photos and other stuff with it as well. But I mean, if you're for what you're going to be doing, probably a GoPro would probably be more than sufficient.
Helpful. Because that was basically what I was thinking. I'm not going to be doing a lot of photo stuff, although it would be cool if I could. But for the purposes of this, maybe a brand new GoPro would be the best thing. I don't know. Still thinking about it. Dave, did we bore you to tears?
No. Didn't bore me at all. I'm almost sort of kind of maybe interested in this just as a distant observer. And it's fun to watch people go places, and I'm not doing it myself. So if I absorb 5% of this, I'm in good shape. Thank you.
I'm trying to find a comfortable receiver notch that doesn't degrade your guys' audio and that makes it so I don't have to listen to even more.
Stuff is it's in there, and there's a few kilowatts behind it,
No, that's cement mixer diddly.
Yes.
Hey, Timmy.
Yeah, I've been listening in for a little bit.
I've noticed that thing is in there. I don't know where it's coming from.
It's been getting, like, stronger as the days go by.
Maybe it'll blow up soon.
Yeah, it's not anywhere near as loud as any of you guys. It's just kind of like a fly.
No, it just means no piss weakers allowed.
Yeah, and you can't, if somebody's in a fade or, heavy QSB, you can't tell when they stop transmitting. But yes, that's true. Nobody's going to check in with a TR4.
Probably 100 miles from you.
Or some kind of an icon or another ice box into a G5 RV.
W2BTK.
Your option, I hear.
Hey, Billy. I can't help but ask, but the other night I heard you in there briefly, and you were all pissed off about something. What was that?
Oh, I had a problem with the amp, and I spent like all day going through and fixing stuff and doing this and that, and like I tried to get on the air for like a quick, maybe like 20 seconds tops air check. And every time I broke into any QSO, everybody'd be like, well, what are you doing? Like, you're walking on so-and-so. Like, wait your turn. You want to talk to us? Like, you got to get in line. I was like, no. I just want an air check. All right, jerks. Bye. I'm not trying to break in the QSO. I was doing some stuff over here, and I just wanted to break in and make sure it was working, and then I was going to leave. So I tried that on 75. And I tried that on 85, and, like, it sucked. Like, I couldn't get a quick air check from any of these AM guys that hang out here. I think you were on 85, but it was such a beehive that, like, it just didn't work, and I was all bent out of shape, just like, screw this. I can't get an air check. Everyone thinks that, like, I'm keying up on top of somebody because I want to get in on the QSO and spew what I have to say, which is not the case. I just wanted an air check, and it was tough. My patience was already being tried by a lot of things, and then I get on the air, and the inability to get a quick air check from anybody out here was like the last straw, I guess.
Geez, I guess the deck was stacked against you. I just remember you just suddenly popping up. Because, it was quite a mess that night. And I said, screw it. Just keyed up and said, look, I'm looking for an air check. The problem is I've got this long delayed echo thing, and I can't respond immediately, so give a few seconds before you give me a report. And I've noticed that some of the stuff I've been playing around with, that there had been a delay with the transmitter power supply still discharging and wiping out who was coming back to me, and I told people over and over and over again, you're going to have to give it 5 seconds or so before I can hear you, and people just didn't seem to hear me say that. So, I could only respond to a few things. It's like, people gotta slow down.
Yeah, I don't know. I was in a tizzy anyway.
Yeah, well, I've been there many times before, let me tell you.
Yeah, when's the last time you transmitted into 8-to-1 SWR?
Well, there you go. A little bit of power, things fizz and fart, go arc, spark, and bang in the night.
And it gives you something to do the whole day after.
Yeah.
There's something left to fix.
Yeah, and I fixed it all, and I got on the air, and I want to make sure it was working, and I was just like, I had to deal with everybody's personality, and I was just like, no.
It happens. There's many a times where in my short time out here that I've come out here and gotten a tizzy for absolutely no reason, just because I was having a bad day.
Well, I remember back when I was playing around with my 80-meter dipole on 160, and this is like about 18 years ago, and I got on 1885, and there's a round table of guys, and I'm trying to get a signal report. And a friend of mine who was up the road about 25 miles had a full-size 160 antenna in the same exact power level, the same radio. Everything was the same. Processing gear, everything the same, you know. And I'm trying to get comparative signal reports between myself and this guy and everybody else to see just, you know, how this thing was holding up. And they all wanted to do the, okay, well, let's turn it over to you. How's your fishing trip? And this was on AM. And it was very frustrating because they didn't want to, and, you know, I waited my turn and all and brought up my subject and blah, blah, but they didn't want to hear it. They weren't interested in it. And I'm like, you know what? These guys want to listen to self-talk, and they don't give a damn about what anybody else has to say. So, see ya.
Whoa, that was weird.
And now they're all dead.
They just want to hear themselves talk. A lot of these dudes, sometimes me, you know, I don't know. I ramble on, but for the most part, I try to have a conversation.
Well, when you find yourself sounding like the cantor at a religious celebration, it's time to stop. Speaking of which,
I'm transmitting on the array. Is my signal all right, or am I battling it out with the garbage?
Were you just on the diaper pole, or did you just switch to the array?
I'm using the wire array. It to be on. I switch over to the diaper pole, and that meat grinder diddly gets a lot louder, so it's urine peeing in nature.
Oh, well, you're fine down here. You were stronger a minute ago, but it's just a band, and you're coming back up now, so I hear you fine.
You're above the crud by 20 dB.
Good. Now, you got the crud around the channel.
How about it, Mr. Crud Wiper, Crud Wiper, Crud Wiper?
No S meters, no nothing. Relative SNR.
Well, that's what matters, and a lot of people don't get it. Oh, geez, you're coming in at 40 over 9, you know? With reference to what?
Every dB has got to have a reference.
Dave's 62 dB above the noise.
I always keep breaking people's balls. Okay, 40 over 9. What is your noise for?
Well, you're fighting a tough battle there, Timmy, trying to keep amateur radio technically competent. That's a tough battle, but you know what? In some fronts, we're still winning.
Yeah, I'll say that. Well, I heard somebody in here earlier. Maybe it was several hours ago, before I lay down, that was using a rice box on you. Yeah, but he was saying he was getting 100 watts out of it. It sounded overdriven, and it's like, God.
But do you want to be the bearer of bad news? I mean, after so many times, do you really want to be the bearer of bad news?
Well, you know, the older you get, the more curmudgeonly, I guess it's like that. Oh, ray gun. Frankly, Nancy, I don't give a shit.
Here he goes again.
You know, there's quite a few people who, if they can hear you know, copy what you have to say, then they hand you a good report. It's like, tell the truth. The truth sometimes hurts. They will either A, buck up, investigate why they got a report like that, ask questions, and become a more astute radio amateur, or they'll get pissed off at me. Well, that guy gave me a bad report, you know? So, live and learn.
I'm going back to Slop Bucket. W2VW. I've had enough of you AM guys giving me critical audio reports.
Well. Call the wambulance.
The funniest thing ever is the guys in the contest, like, giving out 5 and 9s to everybody. It's like, yeah, your signal report is 5 and 9, but please come back with phonetics. 3 or 4 times I wasn't able to get your call signed. What?
Oh, I know. Ain't it awful, as the man said.
Why even give a signal report? Be like, just tell them, yes, I hear you.
Yeah, that's what I tell people. I don't just say, not 5-9. It's I'll give reports like 4x6, 5x7, 2x4, just to confuddle them.
So, Timmy, how's it up there? Can you get all the stuff you need to get to carry on with life, groceries, and 12 AT7s and all that?
Oh, sure. My wife has pretty much taken care of the procurement department. And I'm just basically ornament.
Yeah. You feeling okay? You got that situation leveled out there?
Oh, you mean dizziness and all that?
Yes.
No. Yesterday was a rough day. Today was a rough day, I felt great and a good night's rest. Then when I get up and start moving around, it really starts kicking in. My thoughts are it's the meds. So I'm carrying them off. I'm down to 2 meds now. Wait a minute. So we'll see where that goes, and then I'm going to phase them out entirely. This last year, when I got away from the meds, is when I felt my best, so we'll just take it a little bit at a time.
Yeah, man. Well, I hope you figure it out, the right balance of what works. That's the thing. When you're on medication, you're always part of an experiment. How much is enough, and damn, how much is too much. So, yeah, take good care of yourself, because amateur radio needs the Timtron. You got stuff to do, man.
Yep, I got a lot of stuff to do, but I'll tell you, I get up and I look at things and say, oh, Christ, I can't summons up the get to work on this or do that. I help my mom move some heavy items around, and, it was just all I could do. And that's not like me, because I would, I just jump in and do it. And, she keeps telling me, well, remember how you felt when you were still on the meds. Remember how you felt, and then when time passed, you felt a whole lot better. That's what I'm looking forward to.
You got to do a balance sheet every day. At the end of the day, you say, was today an improvement, or did things go badly, and why? And hopefully you're able to fine tune it. Anyway, best of luck to you, OM, and it's 2020, so our health system knows a whole lot more than it ever did. Anyway, regards to Marcy, she's got to take care of you. Wow, that's not easy. W2VW.
No, it's not the easiest job, but she does a real good job. Yeah, you know, another thing is when I felt better, I always wanted to jump on the radio and rattle cages where lately, I put the thing on. And if there's one or two people in there that I find annoy me or just rub me the wrong way because of the way they are, I don't get on now. I just don't get on, and then I hear people like Billy in there and you and others and saying, maybe I should get on. But yeah, I'm glad I put this thing back on tonight.
Yeah, man, Billy reminds me of the recordings that I got from Bert JYU, you know, from the late 60s. There's something going on with Billy. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him.
What? QTF?
Oh, Billy reminds me of, you know, old recordings from way back. You hear Dave ZRF and a couple other guys. He sent out some recordings, you know, a few years back of people who were on here, and, you know, they were excited about how all this crap worked and, you know, wanted to communicate and all that stuff. You know, it was fresh.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Well, it seemed like when Tom J.J. was active, two of the other guys, it just brought the old luster back. You know, 75 and the evening started being a lot of fun. You know, it was a lot of fun, and I'm hoping that he finishes up that 813 rig that he's working on and jumps back on with us.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I see Chuck's rig that he's working on, too. Chuck was always a blast, but I don't really remember Chuck being on for long amounts of time on this band.
Uh-oh.
Chuck more on 10 meters than I did here.
Yeah, or 40. You know, he got fed up with 75. He liked it on 160, but his antenna came down, and then when he after 75 came down, he's like, screw it. I've had a few long conversations with him on the telephonium, and he's got all these highfalutin ideas for the antennas that may work very well. The thing is he has his own set philosophy and design of doing things as I have mine. Yeah, we'll have this conversation, and he'll basically tell me why some of my ideas are flawed, or I could do better, or whatever, and it's like, well, I could do better with this thing, but I'm following this philosophy for a reason.
Yeah, but that's something you've still got somebody you could bounce stuff off of. How long have you known Chuck? Like 55 years? I mean, who's got that?
Nobody. He was the first person I ever met through ham radio, and that was in the summer of '66.
Yeah, that's amazing. So that's a treasure, you know, even if you don't agree. I mean, if you did agree on everything, you know how it goes. Yeah, he's a real treasure, especially for you. Chuck knows a lot of crap about radio besides AM. You know, he knows propagation, he knows people, who did what happened then, you know. He's not out there spreading it around too much on this band, and I fully understand why he's not.
Yep. Yeah, well, he certainly knows the score, that's for sure. No, I enjoy getting on with him when you do. Anyway, after that, kept it long enough here. Kind of hanging in the sidelines. I'm going to sit by and have a drink of Bosser. Yeah, I wasn't feeling very well. My wife made me up dinner. But something did not agree with me, and I had been lying down for a while watching TV with her, and then I got up and had to drain the log and get on 75. Next thing you know, the rumble just came down below, and I started barfing it up. So I don't know, active load in the system, but that got cleared out, so there's a much simpler feed and feeling relaxed.
Also, if you feel better going forward, that's no fun. Yeah, somebody else take it, because I'm not really all that important to him, even though I can turn up my bass. W2VW.
Oh my God. Yeah, Tim, I'm glad you jumped on anyway. You guys are talking about like abandoning 75 meters, and I get close like all the time, but I've only been doing this for 3 years, you know. But I could totally see why somebody might do that. Let me be the first to say 75 meters kind of sucks. Like 75 meter AM, you really gotta want it. There's got to be like a real good reason, you know. And I have fun doing it right now. So there's that. That's probably why I do it. All my friends are out here, and I can put up with the crap for now. It's fun. But, yep. Let's see. I've been out here 3.5 hours on a Sunday. I might sit back. Like, I'm getting a little fatigued just from being in this high noise environment, temperature fluctuations, you know. I just took my sweatshirt off, which is weird because, you know. Anyway, this thing's running well with the big blower on top that you can very, very much hear in my audio, but that's temporary. Anyway, it's just fun hearing guys who know stuff talk about stuff. You know, like I don't mind sitting back and listening to you. You know, Dave, you talk to Timmy about this or that. But yeah, then there's the other aspect. You were making fun of it just before I keyed up. Yeah, how's my? You know exactly what I'm talking about. But you know, I put up with it. I have fun. That's it. That's why I'm here. The minute I stop having fun, you won't hear me. W2BTK on Montana Mountain.
Yeah, this is WA1HLR. Yeah, I know that feeling. You're not having fun, pack it in, walk away for a while. Don't give it up. Just, you know, put it aside, think about things, change your modus operandi, maybe relocate to a different playground. That's part of the reason why I had relocated in many cases to 3705. But then again, you know, summertime, I don't get on there that much, and I wasn't on this at all this morning because I didn't get up till late. But, you know, I'd be on for about 3 or 4 hours every night. Maybe. Or I'd go away, take a break, and then I'd show up around 11:30, midnight for the LNC, as I called it, the late night crew, which was different group of guys, different mentality. Everybody was just like real laid back. And it became more of a semi-old buzzard run table, but, you know, it moved along. But you had different characters. So, in all the years, there's been tremendous changes. So what can I say? Well, so, yeah, well, you know, as long as you're having fun and you can throw it right back at somebody if they piss you off. Somebody pisses me off, I'll tell them off. I don't hold it back like I did.
Well, yeah, I think that has to be you know, when you're young, it's a little easier, you know. And I speak my mind.
Yeah, you know. It's just the way it goes. I'm just about talked out. That's the thing, is that my energy levels tend to drop, and after I'm on this thing for about an hour, I just start winding down a bit and care to just monitor. And then something crops up, and I got something to say, I'll say it. But that's it. It always keeps evolving. It always keeps changing. As far as the blowers, back when I was a JM, the sound of blowers was a signal of muscle. It was a radio He-Man thing. You had blower noise, man, that meant you had big tubes in the transmitter. So don't screw with me, you know. So it's not offensive. It's not an offensive blower noise. What I find is an offensive blower noise is, you know, Rotron came out with a series of blowers, and I'm sure Dave knows them, the Centromax. They're molded fiberglass housing, and they're designed to get the greatest amount of back pressure for a given size and energy. And transmitters that use them, they'd be going wee, ee. It's the most annoying whine you'd ever want to hear.
Well, this one doesn't whine too bad. It's just moving so much air. It's just the sound of the air moving, you know. But the whine is not too bad. You know, when I put the duct on this thing, it's going to be pretty quiet. But yeah, I mean, having blower noise is one thing. When we used to be on the CB, and the guys were running big mobile rigs with a bunch of alternators and step-up transformers, sometimes you would run, you know, a little bit smaller filter cap or whatever, and it would give you that alternator whine, man. Like, you'd key up an RPM-dependent whine, like, kind of behind your signal, and that's how you knew the dude was like, uh-oh, he's in the big mobile. And they wanted that. They would play with capacitor values to get their whine right. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't particularly like a noise floor or blower noise or buzzes or this or that. I mean, they're cool, but I'd rather be sterile and clean and just, you know, come from critical listening and working in studios and stuff, and it's just like built into my nature to try to decrease that stuff as much as possible. But I mean, look at what I'm doing. So I'm saying one thing and doing the other. But that's just how I feel about it. W2BTK.
Billy Miss Radio Moscow. W2BW.
WA1H and YLR. Well, you know. It's all a progression of reaching a certain goal. As for me, I built my 41000 transmitter. It was in the center room in the shack in Port Rock. And it was only a couple of 3 feet from me. And the few times I'd have that thing up and running, the blows were just... They'd modulate about 25-30%. Yes, bad. I didn't use it much. Well, once I got things going up here many years later, I had an 8-by-16-foot porch, which one time P.W. Fallon and Rich Roney came up, we formed the CMFC Construction Company, Crazy Mofo Construction Company. I had a bunch of scrap lumber, new lumber, and we whipped up a lean-to shell against the one side of the trailer. And a shed-type roof and all that. and brought the 41000 rig in, which was sitting outdoors under tarps and sections. And I got that thing up and running, but I had a sliding door between that and the 8x8 foot ham shack, which is at one end. So when I closed that door, the noise was mostly cut off, but you could hear it way in the background. So if you listen to my signal some night when it was pounding in, and you could hear a part of Tierra del Fuego, you'd hear the little bit of this rumbling in the background, and you know something evil was going on.
Well, that might be kind of what for now, I was just going to set up in the other room and remote my audio and whatever I need over there. It'll probably be like just a few things. Set up a desk on the other side of the wall so I could close the door in the shack here and have a computer and a microphone and all the crap I need to, have my transmitter area and my studio separate, because the studio's inside the transmitter room right now, as you can tell.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was the same kind of thing. I remote controlled it, but it was very rudimentary. The thing I would do nowadays is have remote metering and Viswire protection and all that, because they would sometimes wipe out SL239 and PL259 connectors that would arc and weld themselves together, and I'd wind up burning holes in the plates, burning holes in the plate of the 41000 in the final. Yeah. Always breaking stuff, but bit by bit I worked it out. Anyway, speaking of working it out, I'm going to sit back here and listen in, and then I think I might fade to black. It was always, it's always good to be in here. Stir the action. W2VW, WH, YLR. That garbage is slowly getting down, even though I'm using a somewhat directional array.
Roger. Fine business, OM. Anyway, nice bumping into you, Timmy, and wish you the best there. Hoping for some more fun ham radio and some useful ham radio going forward, where everybody progresses in their being, if it were, how it were, whatever. I don't know. I'm not very reflective here. It's the end of the week, the beginning of the week. I don't know what the hell day it is. Through the COVID-19 lockdown here, man. It's bizarre. I don't know what end is up. But it's always good talking with you, and I really wish you the best there. And nice to hear you on. And thanks for taking the time out to say yayo. So there you go. Over you, Billy. W2, very weak.
Yeah, Timmy, thanks for keying up and saying hello. That's nice. I think I'm going to mosey too, man, because my head's like... I think it's a combination of, I'm ready to eat dinner, which I should have done a little while ago, and, I've been sitting in a 100 dB SPL noise floor for 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 15 seconds. But it's real fun anyway, I don't know. So, yeah, it seems like a good point to mosey. Unless, Dave, you bring something up that just blows my mind that we have to discuss.
See you guys, I'm out too. W3MMR.
Hey, Perry.
Hey, Perry, I didn't even know he was in there.
Yeah, I've still been here. I haven't gone nowhere. I've just been listening. But I am going now. But anyway, have a great night, guys.
Yep. Garbage is one thing, but yep. The pain of 75. Static. You weigh 1 inch, you go on.
Bye, Timmy! Bye, Timmy! And see you, Perry.
See you, Timmy, Dave, Billy. I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
Peace, love, and happiness. So, Billy.
Yes?
Why don't you go get yourself a refrigerator box and make a duct so you don't have to listen to that crap, man. You know, even if you move it 10 feet away. And I can fully appreciate what you're going on, what you've got going on there. I can't talk. I can fully appreciate it, but I can't say it. Yeah. I know what that's like. I know exactly what that's like, and I wouldn't want to sit anywhere near that.
Yeah. I gotta get... So what I'm thinking just for now, without cutting holes in the floor and moving this thing, which is, that's a thing, I'm gonna just set up, if you walk out of my shack, and you know my shack well, you walk out into the living room and there's the fireplace and all that crap there. I was just gonna plop a desk there, somewhere nice and open. I can see out the window and hang out, have the fireplace behind me, and just use that as my operating position. And when I have to change frequency or do something, I'll just get up and walk into this room and do what I need to do, and then go back out there and sit down and operate for now. I think that'll be nice. And that'll be a nice place to set up my new PC that's not gonna compound itself onto whatever mess I have going on here. It'll be a fresh setup on a clean desk. And I think it has the potential to stay that way, clean. If that is just an operating position and a streaming position, it won't. I'll just be doing that while I'm there, so it won't get trashed out. Because this position, I stream here, I operate from here, I surf the web here, I eat here, I work on stuff here. So it's if I take my arms and go spread them out, crap falls on the floor, and it's nasty to sit here for 4 hours. I'd really have to do a lot of layouts. So for now, I'll just remote my crap, make a little operating position, and I'll close the door in the shack, and I think that'll pretty much knock it out of there.
Yeah, 2 BTKs and 2 VW. That sounds like a good solution. I like that idea. But make sure that you include mode and frequency diversity into that other shack. So whatever it is you have to do to change modes and change bands when you get disgusted with stupidity, you need to be able to do something about it. And you don't have to go back in that room and all that crap. That's my thought. But it's your shack.
Man, that adds a layer of complexity, doesn't it? Because I'll have to put the 440 out there. Man, well, I'd really have to maybe not do that right away and think about it for a while before I did it, if that was going to be the case. But I think what I really want out of this is a place to set up this new computer that's clean and not cluttered and just out in the open. So I can, as I'm setting everything up, because it's going to be frustrating, I just want a very pleasant experience. So that's thing one, and I'm going to do that anyway. But then I figured, why not? I have XLRs and this and that, coax. I can remote my watt meters, my microphone, my foot pedal, and a link to the computer that controls the SDR, and just set it up there. It's not any more stuff on the desk or anything. It's just a few wires and peripherals and things, and I can just operate from there, for now. But yeah, it's gonna be, I'm gonna go to a 3 computer setup here, so I'll be able to get up from that position and walk in here and be frequency dependent,
Yeah, well, you remember what I did here? I moved from the basement up here to this shack, but I left certain things that are still down there, like all the antenna switching stuff and power distribution is all still down there where it used to be, but I operate from here. So you do it a little bit at a time. And that's how you go places, man. You know, if you want amateur radio to make you better at what you do, you picture it as a large installation somewhere in a building somewhere, you know, where you've got to move operations that are operating and cannot be interrupted. And today we have to be on the air, whatever it is we do, and tomorrow we have to be able to do it. But we're moving offices. So that's a very good skill. Being able to stay up with operations, not being interrupted, and moving the physical location where you control everything and where everything happens. So, yeah, put yourself a plan together, do it a little bit at a time, and amateur radio is increasing your skill set. Yeah, imagine that.
You know, I didn't think about it like that as such like a learning exercise, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to start getting into, is setting up a remote studio. Yeah, and the complexity layer that you added is the one that's going to really make it a learning experience. Because what I was talking about doing is just like, you know, people can go on Amazon and buy extensions for things and do it that way. But yeah, to be able to control all this crap and do all that, different modes, different bands and that from there, I'm still going to have to walk into the shack to do like AM stuff like tune a Viking or the amp or this or that. But I don't think it would be that hard. I'm going to have to buy crap though, like, to do it. The other way, I think I have enough crap laying around that I could just do it and keep walking in here for now. So, but, you know, what am I worried about buying? I just bought a bunch of crap, so. Yeah, I guess that's why I'm worried about it.
Yeah, you'll get it. You're not stupid. You've got enough experience and you know what to do. And, you know, sometimes things don't go right. And you walk away from it when you need to, and you go back and dig in and make it play. So that's good. So I'm done. I don't know anything that you need to know. I'm finished.
What?
Yeah, that's it. You're on your own.
Oh, no. Well, that's dangerous, Dave.
And I'm going back to Egg Harbor, and I'm going to kick everybody's ass. I'll send you a video.
Dude, I consider doing that too, you know? Just go, like, mop up on the CB for a while and come back with a new outlook.
Yeah, I occasionally I will go and listen on the Chicken Band here, and man, I gotta say, it's the worst it's been. I think the first time I ever heard a CB radio was like 1971, and it is so devoid of any intelligence. It's the whole thing is like, I don't know. Where did these people come from? And it's funny because like 80% of them have their ham licenses, and they'll get on the ham bands, but there's no learning. You know, it's just a bunch of guys talking about stuff that they don't really understand. They know what works. They know if you buy this and you plug it in, or you go to this tech and you buy this and you plug it in. But they don't know how anything works, and they're not going anywhere. And man, it's like it's a giant smoldering pussy Arrested Development situation. It's really bad. And I'm like, do I really want to get involved with this crap? You know? I mean, is there anybody that you could scoop up out of that abyss and maybe hold their hand and bring them on into amateur radio? No. It's over, man. There's nothing left. It's just like, you know, cut the cord. A baby has been born and throw the placenta in the fireplace. Over.
And yeah, that's sad, but I'm sure there are people out there on the CB who could like do stuff and go places, but I mean, literally what you said, spot on. Why I gravitated towards amateur radio, the lower bands, HF, 75 meters, stuff like that, instead of the CB, it was exactly that. It's all, well, I mean, I don't need to repeat what you said, but it's the guys, they know what to buy and know what works and know what to put together. And then they talk about it, but they don't really know about it. And that was like everybody, like people I looked up to. I'd ask them questions, and it was just like, this isn't going anywhere. And it's fun to exist there, at like the top of the food chain in CB. You got a badass setup. You know enough stuff. You can say things that confuse the hell out of people, but honestly, it confuses you as well. You just don't show it. And like that was it. It was smoke and mirrors and this and that, secret technology. And then somebody gets something that works real well, and it's like, no, you'll never have this. You don't know the right people. You're not in the crew. This is secret. Yeah, right. And it's screw all that. Come out on 75. People tell you how to do stuff. Know how to explain, know what they're talking about, and it's a different experience, but. Yeah, and I know I'm repeating myself too, but the guys who are at the top of the food chain and that whole CB gang, they came out on 75 and like talked to Timmy or yourself or like, I mean, some of them, even if they'd have trouble having a technical conversation with me, and I don't even really know that much. I'm like a glorified one of those guys who has been doing HF stuff for like 3 years and sort of knows, definitely more than I did when I was on CB, but like, if I really had to like have a technical conversation with some of these guys, I couldn't. It'd go way over my head. And that's what they fear, and that's why, it's they're fine sticking around in that CB crowd and just being top dog. But it's sad. A lot of those guys have a lot of potential. I think some of them, not a lot, some of them definitely. And they could do great things, but it's exactly as you said, Arrested Development. So there you go. There's my echo of what you just said in my own words. W2BTK on 75 meter AM. God.
Roger. Well, all the noise is gone. Have you noticed that? Man, I don't hear nothing. You're like, I got my TS440 going here and got the attenuator on, and you're 50 over with the attenuator on. My little TS440. I haven't seen the bottom or the top cover for like 5 years, and it's sitting here on top of the console.
Smiling back at you.
Yeah, and the only reason I put this on is that the noise blanker works better than the FT1000D. And I was trying to listen earlier, how many hours earlier? 5 hours, 6 hours, during daytime stuff where the local neighborhood crap is loud. But now, the static crashes, people that are weak, they all overcome the local neighborhood crap, so I don't really need this receiver. But I'm keeping it on for old time's sake, because I had so much fun with TS440s.
I do too. I'm glad that Tommy let me borrow this thing, because when I'm using it, it's nice, man. It's like, never had the pleasure of using a real HF rig that was like here in the shack with me, that I could like wake up and turn on and use, the only time I ever used anything for real, like a real HF rig, was either at like field day or somebody else's place or this or that, where you're not like in your element. You can't sit down and stare at it and like try stuff, and it's been really nice. Like rice boxes are cool. I'm glad I can play with one, But how weird is that? Like I'm an HF guy, a ham radio operator, and like I've never owned my own rice box.
W2 very weak. Let me break here for a quick signal check. What do you think of this crap?
W2 BTK.
Yeah, am I getting out?
Yeah, what kind of radio are you using?
Well, I've got my bass turned up a little bit higher here tonight, and I'm just, I'm really soliciting, honestly, a signal report. If you hear anything wrong besides the content, let me know. Because I did give it a quick QC earlier, and I thought it wasn't bad. And then I messed up my frequency response while I was trying to convey the fact that I could put as much bottom end through here as I feel like, up to the point of being really silly.
Now's not a good time. Well, your signal is tremendous. It was peaking, the SNR was like 60 dB, and I have a bunch of notches and yellowy crap going on with my receive, but the frequency response sounds fine. Might sound like a touch brighter than usual is all I can really tell, but then again, my receiver's really effed up right now with, QRM fighting stuff.
Roger. Okay, I'll take that. That's a good way to put it. Okay, so I'll just leave it alone. It's not quite back where it was. I will not go through the effort to do that because I'm lazy.
Yeah, it's weird with the QSB too, because the frequency response gets all flopped around and stuff. But I mean, in the QSB, you sound great, so that tells you everything you need to know. Selective fading is not having a very much of an impact at all on what you're doing over there. So I'd say the frequency response is good. That's it. If you sound good in QSB, then you're good.
Well, I'm not doing anything to enhance the positive peaks here. This is totally natural, triangular-shaped modulation if you look at the trap. But I'm not doing anything to force the, it's natural positive peak. So after you've heard this, you've been listening to this, here, let me make a change. This is position B. So I'm going to give you position B here for a little while, and hopefully you might tell me if there's any difference, or you don't hear any other, recovered audio changes, but I think you're going to. So this is position B at W2 very weak here, transmitting on my 1957 transmitter, way back in the past. It's even older than I am, and then I'm going to go back to position A. I had to reach all the way over there. Position A. So this is position A, and you tell me if you can hear one iota of difference.
Yeah, it's a dramatic difference in the low end mostly. It sounds like you're position B, you're grabbing a boost down in the low end, really fills it out. It's there. And then the first position, when you switch back to the end, it doesn't have that same low presence, although you do have low presence just because of the nature of you. And it seems like the sibilant stuff got like a little brighter, but not quite in like the most pleasing way. Best I can put it. W2 BTK.
Roger. Okay, that's great. So you think position A, the sibilance is brighter, but maybe it needs help as far as a little touch of distribution?
Yeah, I like A, and you know how I do my audio, like I scoop all that crap out, just like it sounds in your position A, but yeah, work on the highs, again, there's QSB, my receivers all whack the hell out, but they just are a little, it's not like shrill, it's just like, they're just like, like, whoa. To me anyway, and who knows why that is. Might be my receive.
I'm still listening. Let me just make a comment real quick. I agree with what Billy said. There's more low end in position B. Position A, there's still plenty of low end response, low end presence, but it seemed like the upper mid range is more harsh in position A. And if you smooth that out a little bit and worked on the upper mids, I think position A would really sound good. It's definitely punchier. Position A would be like more for battle conditions, and position B would be more for 40 or 50 over, listening at 14K.
Oh, thank you, Terry. I appreciate that, because more than one opinion is always helpful. So what I did, it was a very simple polarity change at the microphone. That's it. But looking at the oscilloscope envelope pattern, there's a dramatic difference here in peak power from polarity A to B. And I get that you would hear a completely different sound in the bass, because I can see it looking at the rounded waveform change. But the peak power in position B is only about 2/3 of what it is in A. And yes, I need some work on the very high end of this. I'm pounding it. It's a little bit. It's like a Frank Zappa guitar solo right now. I know that. I'm doing that on purpose. But thank you. And there you go. So, you know where I'm going with this, Billy.
Oh, yeah. And real quick, before you give it away, let me make some guesses here. Position A is out of phase. Position B is in phase. Is that it?
Well, no. Position A is most positive peaks, and position B is less positive peaks. So, let me do it again. Since you're recording this is going to be on YouTube, okay? This is W2VW on Beechwood Mountain in position A. Position A, hello. Very Head of Little Lamb. COVID-19. All right, here's position B. Position B, it's like really rounded looking stuff, and I'm trying not to. Very Head of Little Lamb. Very Head of Little Lamb. I don't like to go yay because it makes you sound dumb. But anyway, here's position B. Position B is, man, the peak power looks like crap on the scope. And let me look over at the pedal. I can hammer the modulator, and I don't see the clip light or anything. And I go back over to hello, position A. I can just get into the clip light on position A. Very Head of Little Lamb. Is that enough for you?
Telling me that like most of your positive peak energy is in like the low?
No. It doesn't work like that. That's a Clark thing. You have to remember that you are transmitting a bandwidth, and you have to consider the aggregate of the bandwidth. You can't say most of my positive peaks are in the low. It doesn't work like that. You've got to sit there, if you don't get higher math, you can sit there and you can draw out a bunch of sine waves, and you can add the vectors. You can do like 20, 30, 50, 100 of them, and you can see what happens. You can't say my audio is out of phase at 400 hertz, but it's in phase at 200 hertz. It doesn't work like that. You have to consider the whole entire vector sum of the bandwidth.
So, that whole email Clark sent me was not right?
Well, I know Clark has a different way of thinking about this, and Clark thinks that audio can be in or out of phase at different frequencies, and it does appear that way. And if Clark is humming a certain frequency, it's mostly that frequency, but has Clark stuck a sine wave in there? No, he's humming a frequency. There's fundamental harmonics, there's bandwidth. You're hitting the system with audio, which is not a damn sine wave. It's the vector sum of a bunch of different sine waves, and it doesn't look the same in both polarities. Well, yeah, of course it's going to be asymmetric. So I should take the time and draw this out for people. I should, but who knows? W2 Very Weekend at 10:10. Do you know where your dog is?
And Dave, I've been recording too, and I don't have any notch filters or anything in. On mine, I'm listening at 10kc, so you can go on the live stream and on YouTube and rewind it back for another perspective. But anyway, I said I was getting out of here. I am. I was just wrapping crap up here and finishing writing an email, but now I'm really getting out of here. But either way, it sounds good. Very interesting discussion, and I've definitely learned something. 7-3, I'm out. W3MMR.
All right, Steve Perry. So, Dave, you're telling me that if I want to observe, my envelope and process it, in order to, determine the proper polarity for my audio, I would have to widen the bandwidth and flatten everything out to really see what's going on. You can't just stick, an all-pass filter in there.
Good night, Perry, and thanks. I'm going to listen to that while I'm mowing the lawn or something in my hi-fi headphones. And I'll be like, who is this jackass? I'll be listening to myself. And I'll think, somebody doesn't like me. I can understand why. Thank you. No, an all-pass filter is an easy way to make different program material manageable for an unmanned broadcast transmitter. To use an all-pass filter on amateur radio, to me, it's a step in between how somebody sounds, and if you're on AM, you want to sound like you sound in person. Unless you're a jackass and then you want to sound bigger than you are in person. We know about that. It's not something you want to put between you and the system. Unless you've got tons of different program material, you got the traffic, you got the news, you got the local talent, you might play a song. Okay, you can use an all-pass filter. But it sounds like dog crap. And I've heard all-pass filters make normal, healthy Americans sound like they need help.
If you're going to run an amateur station and it's going to be the same guy talking every day and you don't change anything, you don't change your processing, this and that, you can get better results by doing just that, processing your audio with maybe, I don't know, multiband dynamics, something like that. In other words, it's not an upgrade.
Well, listen, if I were in the AM radio business, which is, of course, circling the drain, but if I were in the AM radio business, I might consider having an all-pass filter in my system so that I can maintain standards with nobody running the board and just a bunch of automated crap. And some guy with an iPhone somewhere in India who can say, okay, you have a problem, you know. But if I really, really cared about quality, and say I had some talent who were well known from maybe some guy who retired from TV and he's doing some radio, or a real well-known voice, I would not screw up that person's voice with a frickin' all-pass filter. It's like a cheap fix.
You heard it here. That makes sense to me. I mean, I don't use them. I had better results with just, you know, tweaking. The processing I got going on here sounds great for my voice. If I run music through it, If I run somebody else's voice through it, But it's like I could optimize it better without that thing, with just my voice. So that's really what you're trying to say, I guess. Why would you use a Band-Aid like an all-pass filter when you don't have that issue, when it's just one guy with one voice in one system all the time? Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, and for those who might be listening somewhere or in the archives or whatever, an all-pass filter is, it's a black box where your real audio goes in, but what comes out is symmetrical waveforms with what used to be your audio. It's still you, but it's not quite you.
That's what I was waiting for.
Well, thanks for the feedback. I do appreciate that. I try to be clear, and if I'm not clear, somebody needs to let me know.
I didn't know it was an active filter.
W2BTK.
Hey guys, W2MKM.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey Billy, hey Dave. Yep, I've been listening and learning for the last couple of hours, so all good. You're booming in tonight. Over here on Point Mountain, I think you're. I got ACD here. You're 40 over, so sounded good. And Dave on Beechwood Mountain, you're sounding good here.
Yeah, thank you. I'm getting tired of Billy getting better signal reports than I get. What do you think I should do about that?
And I probably got to hop to you, but you guys are just about there. You're about 30 over, and Bill's probably 40 over.
Wait a minute, Billy's 10 dB stronger than I am? That's the second time this happened today. That's it. I won't be on the air for the next 6 months. I'll be in my basement.
Push-pull, point modulated 24s. You gotta push-pull some of them 24s, man.
What the hell I need push-pull? I'm on 75 meters, man. I can parallel all the tubes I want.
Oh, man, but you're gonna be on 10 meters soon. Not soon, but pretty soon.
You're listening to my 10-meter station right here. I'm not going to change this. This is it, man. This is going to be transmitter B. I'm not changing this thing. I can put this sucker right on 29.1 or 29.000, and it works with like 0.05 less % efficiency than it does here. Oh, I'm not changing this.
Yeah, but what if I what if I VIFO up to 10 meters?
Yeah, but you ain't got no antenna.
I do. This works on 10 meters. It's very loby, but where those lobes exist, there's gain.
All right. Well, tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, let's both get on 10-meter AM.
You'll flatten me. I don't have a Yagi. but I might soon.
Yeah, when you get a tower up, you're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And you're going to make friends everywhere. That's going to be something. But, yeah, thanks for popping in and telling Billy that he's 10 dB stronger than I need that.
Hey. It's just near field RF. I mean, it's just proximity, Dave. Yeah, I don't know how many miles we've got between us, but it's I don't know what to say. But hopefully we got a beam coming up at some point in the future too. So, Bill, you got to get that crank up going.
Oh, I know. And Ed, this is funny. You might not know, but Dave is the guy who built this amplifier I'm talking on. So he gets a big kick out of coming out and seeing me with a signal. So it's probably just as much fun for him when I run this thing and spin my power meter as it, it was when he had it for a little while.
Oh, it's beautiful. And the fans in the background. And like I said, I've been up here listening for several hours. Beautiful night. I should have been outside watching the sunset, but I've been drinking wine up here in the shack, which is acceptable.
Yeah, it was a really nice day today. W2 very weak.
Oh, yeah. Good day to mow the lawn.
Yeah, I was on the tractor for a couple hours and then pulled the doublet down and squared that away. And I think I got that, it was stuck up in a spruce tree. And a couple of, one of the legs is not properly straight, but I don't know if it's done anything to the signal. But, looking into it for sure.
Well, hey guys, I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache here. It's 4.5 hours in this 100 decibel environment, and I'm getting hungry, so I'm probably gonna mosey out, and I'll be listening for a little bit from the kitchen. So hate to do it, but I'm jetting, man. I gotta do my thing over here. I'm just getting uncomfortable, It's getting hot in here. I'm starting to sweat. Headache's kicking in. I need a little peace and quiet. Y'all have fun. Real nice catching you out here, Dave. Very good conversation. Excellent ham radio. So with that, I'll catch y'all later. W2BTK listening out.
Roger. Well, I'm going to do the same thing. Ada's been watching TV and asking me how I'm doing, so I think it's time to go get some sleep. So thanks for the fine business banter. And MTM, Virgin here. I don't have my little cheat sheet in front of me, so I forget your prefix, but I know you know what you're doing as far as antennas and stations and all that stuff, and you're up by Billy. That's great. It's really great that somebody up there has some experience. You guys get on the air and compare stuff, as both of you change things and blah, blah, blah. That's great. That's what amateur radio is about. Improving, getting better every day, and learning stuff. So, talk to you all later. Thanks. And stay safe. Tomorrow's Monday. Yuck. And I hope the weather's nice. Peace, love, and happiness. W2 very weak here on Beechwood Mountain.
All right, Dave. Good night. And it's Whiskey 2, Mexico, Kilo, Mexico. I gotta get a good acronym here. I've never had one in my 40-some-odd years of ham radio. So good listening to you, gents. Always fun, and we'll talk soon. W2 very weak, W2 Mike, Kilo Mike on Point Mountain, east of Montana Mountain.
So want to screw up your call? MKM, got it. Good night, and thanks, W2BW. myself sometime to see what's going on out here. I'm trying to figure out what it is. One. I gotta find it. Gotta find that spider, and then I gotta find out. So all 25 watt spider, 50 watt spider, 75 watt spider. Gotta figure that out. We'll talk about that also. Plus, I want to have a gun empty. Other than that, GTO got me line, WOO.
I sent you a picture. That's got the DDS board in it, Digital Super Flag, the VFO, single 6146. Machine on with the HP disable. The rest of this comes on. It does various things. Pretty unique sequential relay. And then you have an external box that just open and close. Aluminum box is open and close that connects. That can turn on the air light. And change relays over. Unit and receivers. The documentation comes with not only the schematics, but the documentation. It is totally unbelievable. I think my wife told me I read it 20 times in 3 months. Read the whole thing. And I made copies of it and laminated them. I got a thing there, kind of reminds you of the old phone book thing. I could pull out from the side over here and open it up and go to a certain page and look at various things and double check things. Just because it's a matter of once you get used to flying a certain plane, this is the total opposite of going to a different. The other thing is everything rear end backwards. But you just gotta get used to where the controls are. This is those. That's all it is. And he did all that right there, A to Z on that, which I was very grateful for. I mean, he customized, he totally got it, customized it. That made me that picture right there. From the mouth all the way. You know it was just dust. And it doesn't move an inch. Stays right there. Makes it nice. And the only thing that the wife asked me not to do is she's got the keys to the back door. She said, I don't want you in because I'm here or he's here. She said, I'm not going to change the tubes. And break her off. Just connect everything. And make sure that jump there and not cars in the car. And change the tube out. And put everything new in it. Old stock. Burn them in for, I burn them in for 4 days. So with an idle with fan on. as soon as I went to town, I had to readjust everything to where the O-tube, totally different than the O-tube, and once everything got the grid coupling, just basically the coupling and the valves and the modulators and stuff. That's fine. So, like I said, it's a pretty neat. Once it's all said and done, and you understand it. My problem was, I want to emphasize this more to you than anything, is I have health issues. So, I try to give you the best advice I can, but please double research every bit of it. Make the best decision you can, because it was 10 years ago. Things really changed. Back in 2011, 2012, I guess it was. So, medically things change, and then doctors put you on this medicine, that medicine that has side effects for it. So, my wife videotaped me one day talking to my father-in-law, and I watched the video, and I thought, man, what's on the old boy? I just laying the law down to him. This is how it's going to be. This is the way we're going to do it. You know, I'm pretty rough on him. I apologize to him. He said, no, that's what you've always done. I like that. He said, I don't want nobody sweet talking me, so I want you to tell me how you truly feel. He said, and if you push yourself over, he said, I just laugh it off. He said, well, I know what's right and wrong and what's good and what's right. But now, it all comes. And patience is the word I was looking for. We might have wore these other guys out, Gary, but I'm just getting started. I was out here earlier working on another piece of equipment, had it on dummy load, and my dummy load alarm went off. It got up to 300 degrees, and the alarm went off on it. I said, oh boy. I set it outside by the hot tub thinking, well, at 200 degrees, it's pretty hot. I'll let it cool down after it cut the ends off. But I was playing around with it. And cool down. So I did. I was in here, I brought it back in to the beach. Everything. But damn near 2 foot long, 1.5 high, 1.5 wide. Mr. Bird dummy load itself. It sure is good. If you got an SWR, you can always put a key in there, and it attenuates the receiver and eats a little of the fire up. You can always still get out. I did that before it came down. The antenna needs to be replaced. I said, let's just put a key on the dummy load and get it done. He said, damn, I never thought of that. W9WO CPA. the picture. I just sent you a picture. Yeah. Sorry, it didn't get sent. Again, it's got such a weird story. You got it. You got it. Sorry, I didn't get sent. There's only got the DDS board in it. That's what excites the PA of the 41000. And get your carriage and you can do it. So you might want to talk to him. He may have who to get it from. He may have some that kind of thing, because that's probably the best thing to do is to discuss it with him. And like I said, the documentation, and I'll be glad to send you the files. I have them on the email file too. I'll send you all the files, the documentation files, and them on disk as well. And you can read it. And that way you pretty well kind of understand. And I had a friend of mine who is 81 years old. He spent 4 years with a large radio station in Nashville. He was regulatory quality. He looked it all over and looked at the documentation. And he said, really like that chap. He's cut from the same cloth. I said, as a matter of fact, they worked at the same college. So I was amazing for it. Pretty much. Yeah, I think I'm going to make this my last one, too. I'm going to leave the transmitter on. See what's going on. I may come here got there about 3:30 in the morning. And have a little bit of fun on 160. I've got the Bertie Hill that's passing non-couch cabinet stand on the back of the building. It's going way out. I think I may just adjusting for 160, replacing 164 in the morning to see what happens. Sometimes I just use a little 7300 inside the door with an AL8 feed, and I'll chat with guys on the 80-meter loop with the tuner. It's actually a eighth of a weight, 1/4 of the weight. 1/2 of a quarter, eighth of a weight that time. But it worked. Wow, no RS. So, Gary, God bless America, God bless the world, especially your family. November 9 Golf Tango Oscar signing off here with W9WOO. You put the ribbon on. Gary, it's about, you guys say that same thing. The clock on the wall, that's all. Appreciate the
along with the whole setup. And man, that's a good creation on that encoder. That's what I said. It's going to take a while.